Hello. For a second, I was like, wait a minute, did I turn my camera on? I did. Huh. How you guys doing today? Good to see you. Good to see you. My headset work. I swear I'm prepared for this. What are you guys up to? Oh, boy. I'm having, kind of a weird morning, I guess. I don't know really how to describe it. It just feels like something in my routine was wrong, and now things are not quite, you know, firing off in the order that I'm used to things happening, and then I feel like I've forgotten something important, which is not great. Oh my god. Oh my god, hang on a second, guys. Guys, sorry, I don't know if you guys couldn't hear that. I don't believe you guys could hear that, because I don't have my desktop audio on. But I'm just sitting here talking to you guys, and suddenly I hear, there's a specter haunting, blah blah blah. I had a trailer for a video game start playing in the background, and that was terrifying. I did not enjoy that. I don't know what that was. It was the trailer for Glass House, which is an RPG that's I wishlisted because it looks like it could be kind of like Disco Elysium, which I enjoyed, and I thought it'd be fun to do the demo sometime maybe. I'm gonna close Steam, or at least navigate away from the store before ridiculous things happen. So sorry for that. That was weird. Maybe that was my issue. Maybe that's why everything felt off, because there was a specter. Holy smokes, guys. What was I even talking about? I don't even know. I don't know. We are doing, Arena today, which I'm looking forward to. We've got, to get out of Labyrinthian, which is the challenge. I need to turn on my spider cam, in case that's something you guys want, and I forgot to do that before my stream. So I know what I'm doing. Yeah. I promise, I did actually change my clothes between yesterday and today. I'm wearing a different shirt. I don't know if you guys can tell. This is gonna shock you guys, but I'm actually a real human being, and I actually wear, like, the same sweater more than one day in a row. And I don't know, I don't know, because I know we got a lot of streamers here. Do you guys feel, like, a pressure to change what you're wearing every single day? Like, change, like, your outerwear and stuff? Like, I feel like I'm just not doing that. I refuse. I'm gonna wear this more than one day in a row, because it's not dirty. Dang it. Also, as a real human being, I can tell you I'm having an angry skin day. My face is red and dry and flaky, and I hate it. I hate it. So that's what I'm up to. That's how my day's going. Alright, let me put my cider cam away. Let me actually get caught up on chat, which is what I was trying to do in the first place when the specter got me. Oh boy, scrolling all the way up. Sophie redeemed first! Sophie! Hi. How are you? So good to see you. It's fun hanging out with you on Arnie's stream. What are you up to today? Do you stream today? When's your next stream? Dang it. Also, why is my sister messaging me? Hey, what's your address? She asks. How does she not know? I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let's see. Karma says, my 9 a.m. drive by should have counted. Oh, were you here at 9 a.m.? Let me tell you where I was at 9 a.m. I was asleep, if you can believe it, because I'm an adult. I was still asleep at 9 this morning. I don't know. I don't know if that's good. Sophie showing off the donuts and the coffee. Thank you for coffee. It's a good reminder. Coffee. I like how Arnie has, like, all of these redeems for, like, doing exercise and stuff. I should have a redeem for, like, sit down and drink some coffee, you know? Be lazier. Do nothing. I don't know. Although I am trying to work on resolutions. If you guys saw in the Discord, we did create a channel called Level Up 2024, which I think is clever. Which is for resolutions and intentions. Whatever it is you're trying to work on in 2024. If you want somewhere you could just put stuff to hold yourself accountable, or if you want to chat with people about what you're doing, feel free to use that. I am thinking about kind of restructuring the Discord a little bit so things are easier to find. Bob in the language. I had to add that. And that's okay. That's okay. My auto mod is mad at Bob right now. Sorry, Bob. So I want things to be easier to find in the Discord, so if you guys are, if you're like me and you've, like, muted a lot of, like, categories and stuff in other people's Discords because they're just things that aren't interesting to you, and, you know, there's, I don't know if you guys are like me and you're, like, 5,000 Discords, but just be aware that things might be changing in mine, so you might wish to unmute and remute, and that's perfectly fine. I certainly don't take offense. Other thing going on in the Discord is we've got a movie night thing that we're going to do this upcoming Sunday, 9:30-ish p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to watch The Accountant, which is a Ben Affleck film. I've watched the trailer. Huckleberry suggested it. I'm excited about it because I think it looks good. And I think we're going to pick it up for maybe every other week. Maybe once a month. I haven't quite decided what the cadence is going to be yet, but I want to continue doing movie nights, so if you guys want to do that, make sure you grab the tag in the Discord for that, in the Rolls channel. I guess I should link the Discord. I feel like everybody here is in the Discord, but there you go, just in case you're not. Let me see, who else? Where am I getting caught up? Sophie was showing off the mugs. I was going to drink coffee, and then I forgot, because I can't shut my mouth. Karma and Sophie are tied right now for Mug War standings. That's incredible. I can't believe we tied the first time around with Madish and Brandel. So maybe we'll have another tie. Maybe it'll be a Karma-Sophie tie. How about that? Sophie says, I can't tell if your hair looks different or I've just never seen you without headphones before. I don't know. I'll take my headphones off. This is what my hair looks like. I don't feel like it looks different. I don't know. Sometimes I'll do like an ear reveal. Like sometimes I'll, you know, maybe for like 100,000 channel points, I'll show you guys that I have ears. I actually feel like I'm spending so much time with headphones on that I at the end of the day, like I have like this like kind of internal pressure and echo sort of thing. So I'm thinking I might spend more time without the headphones on, or maybe get some different headphones, ones that let a little bit more ambient noise in. This is a true story. Yesterday, I was making enchiladas again because I had leftovers from my original batch of enchiladas, which I put a photo up in the Discord. They were pretty daggone good, if I do say so myself. And I made more, right? Because I had the leftovers. I threw them all in a pan. I put them in the oven. I set a timer. Came in here, turned on the Madish Moose show, which is what I'm calling Madish's stream, I guess. The Madish Moose show, which is hard to say. Hard to say show after moose. Kind of a tongue twister. And then proceeded to forget that I had enchiladas in the oven, because I had my headphones on, because I was also chatting with friends in Discord at the same time. And so it was, I don't know, 2.5, 3 hours later. How long is it? Madish streams for 2.5 hours. So must have been 2.5 hours of enchiladas cooking in the oven. I don't know how long, because I put them in before Madish's show. And that was how it was. So they're still fine. They're perfectly fine, thankfully, because enchiladas, I feel like you could cook for 6 days and they'd be fine because there's enough moisture in there. But I did have a lid on for the whole length of it, because what I like to do is I like to cook with the lid on for a little bit, then remove the lid, and then cook without the lid for a little bit so the top gets kind of crispy. But because it was like 1:30 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning for me, I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna take these out and then like put them in the fridge. So I'm sure I've made everything in the fridge bad now by putting something hot in there, because food safety. Anywho, sorry, I am still not caught up on chat. Sophie says, didn't hear anything. Bob made a clip of the haunting of my channel. That's creepy. Thank you for that. Bob says, stock family photos. It's supposed to be stock family photos. Oh, album of family. Oh, I guess I could change that to stock family photos if it's important to you. Speaking of, I apologize, but we had a few suggestions for things to add into the bot's gift thing. I did not get around to it yesterday because I got distracted and I forgot to do that, my normal post-stream stuff, so I will do it today. I apologize. So I still have to add in a Shrapnel Snowball, Mr. Mister's Code of Love on vinyl, and a cup of tea and a coupon to relax and take the day off. I haven't forgotten, I promise. Scrolling down. Sophie says, I have no camera on, never feel the pressure. That's fair. That is fair. I don't know if that's your intention forever and ever and ever. Totally, no, I mean, whatever you like to do. Clearly, it's working for you either way. And, you know, I feel like people who have cameras on, though, really, I feel like there is a pressure to do at least, you know, a different outfit of some sort, but I'm gonna resist. I'm going to resist. I'm gonna wear this sweater. Maybe I'll wear this sweater for every day for the rest of the year. No, I'm not gonna do that. Karma says, damn it, Carlos, stop haunting people I know. Well, Carlos. My mom's Spanish teacher's name is Carlos. And I think my mom has a crush on her Spanish teacher, by the way. And anywho, I don't know if my mom's watching. Hi, Mom. She went to Texas recently to visit my sister. And the entire time she was in Texas, she said that she said she met 6 other Carloses. It seemed like there was a stretch of time where every single person she was meeting was named Carlos, which was kind of funny to her. The person she rented the car from was named Carlos. The person who had to help fix her tire on the flat car was Carlos. A little bit goofy. So lots of Carloses. Lots of Carloses. Still, it also feels weird streaming in my pajamas even if no one can see. Okay, I gotcha. There was a period of time where I was actually putting on blue jeans, but I'm absolutely wearing pajamas today. Yeah, you know, from the waist down. I don't know. Sometimes I wear sweatpants. Sometimes I wear jeans. Depends on my mood. Sometimes I feel like putting on some jeans. Because jeans are comfortable, right? I mean, I can wear jeans. I mean, if your jeans aren't comfortable, you should get new jeans. I believe you are a real human. I still am unsure on me. Oh, Karma. I'm not sure. I feel like you're real, but maybe this is the Matrix. Maybe this whole thing is the illusion. I don't know. Bob said, oh, hang on. Karma says, I was waiting in a doctor's office. Oh, when you joined in at 9 this morning? Yeah, I was asleep. I hope your appointment went well, whatever that was for. Maybe it's for your back. Hope your back's doing well today. Bob says, I believe Karma KS? I don't know what that means. I believe Karma is an Adra-Daedra hybrid. That makes better sense. Yeah, that's exactly... Sophie says, Arnie's exercise regimes are a huge mistake and I'm approving exactly why. Is she still doing them? I saw her doing burpees and I was like, listen, I never want to do a burpee again for the rest of my life. I did those in the army and they sucked. They are so awful. They make my knees hurt. They make my arms hurt. They make my lungs hurt. Bad. No one should do burpees. If it's a tie, I'm not backing down from Caribbean Shore. If you won't back down, the option I gave Brandel and Maddish, by the way, if they tied, and I'm sorry, if they couldn't agree, was to get joint custody basically, so you get 2 weeks instead of the full month, which is what would end up happening if you guys can't agree. I'm just saying. We're way ahead of ourselves. It's literally the second stream of the month. We got a heck of a lot of streams ahead of us, including, by the way, a bonus stream on the 13th, which is when we'll be doing part of the help me out here, Skyrim TV raid-a-thon thing for the 2024 kickoff thing. So I'll be doing Skyrim on the 13th. I want to say 3 p.m. I'd say mark your calendars, but I'm still waiting for official confirmation. And I don't want to say something prematurely, but I am really excited for it. I'm kind of thinking we should do something really special and fun and silly for that hour, because I'm going to stream probably about half an hour ahead of time, just to kind of get the things going, so I'm ready and able to so I'm already live when the raid happens. So it'll be a relatively short stream, but it'll be fun. Let's see. Bob says you got to save the ears for OnlyFans or Earfinder. I feel like there should be like I think of like a pun for OnlyFans that has to do with ears. I would not be surprised if that's a thing. That's creepy. I don't mean to yuck somebody's yum, whatever, but that's not my thing. Let's see. Sophie says, oh no. I don't know to what. Carmen says, what's the opposite of Caribbean Shore? You two are gonna duke it out. Bob says Arctic iceberg, perhaps. Inland Europe? Okay. Sophie says, oh good, at least they were fine. Oh no, what was I talking about? when you said that. Because that was 5 solid minutes ago at this point. 5 solid minutes ago. That's the problem. Karma says ears for free in this economy. Inland Pennsylvania. Inland Pennsylvania would be kind of opposite of Caribbean shore. I've never been to the Caribbean. You guys been to the Caribbean? Bob says that's the whole joke. That's it. Stock photos. Okay. Well, I mean, okay. I hear you. I hear you with my invisible ears. Carmen says, sorry, Liz. Chat is sort of out of control today. We need Jocelyn to keep us in order. Yeah, I don't know if Jocelyn's here today. I don't know if she'll be able to make it. She's been busy. You know, this isn't a secret, but she is pregnant and she has a toddler, so she's kind of busy doing stuff. And so I think she's getting as much rest as she can whenever she can get rest, basically. Karma says, Carlos is the name I gave my poltergeist. No, I will not give consent. Okay. Or consent. I said consent. You say context. I said consent. Well, maybe I need more coffee. Don't consent with the poltergeist. Okay, Bob has to go. Bob says, oh shoot, gotta go later. Later, Bob. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Sophie says, I just redeemed Arnie's 50th burpee. Poor Arnie. Why are you doing this to her? Oh, man. Karma says, I'm a figment of my own imagination. Don't know what the rest of you are doing here, though. Yeah, maybe, I don't know what part of your personality I am, if that's part of it. If we're all different figments of your personality, perhaps, in different forms. I don't know who I am, but that's cool. Never mind, I stay, says Bob. Okay, yeah, you stay. That was a really quick turnaround. At least on my screen. Madish is here. Madish with the donuts. How are you, Madish? Good to see you. I was telling everybody earlier how I was in your stream last night, and I forgot that I had enchiladas in the oven, so that was something. They're still good, but they were in for much longer than they were supposed to be. But that's fine. Sophie, enjoy your side quest. I assume your side quest is making Arnie physically sick with exercise, and I don't necessarily encourage that. However, I appreciate your support of her New Year's resolution goals and her fitness goals. That's good of you. Bear says, hello? 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 I feel like if you put 3 O's at the end, it makes an ooh noise, so I'm gonna go with hey woo. Hey woo is what Bear is saying. Bear, how are you? Good to see you. You back at work today? Madish says, oops. Karma says, you do what you do with your poltergeist. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you do. Bob said I was gonna go break into a car. Didn't need to after all. Alright, cool. Cool. Out of context, that's confusing. Bob is a locksmith. Alright. Should we play Arena? I feel like that's why we're here. We're here to play Arena. I've got some coffee. I feel like I need to text. Let me text my sister back with my address. Because otherwise she's gonna text me again. Because she has asked me. So everybody close your eyes. Everybody close your eyes while I send my sister my address. So you can see my phone. There, oops. Also, apparently the iPhone has my home address wrong. Because I just pressed, it had like an auto respond thing. And I pressed that and it gave the wrong address. So let me correct that. There we go. Alright. You guys can open your eyes again. Alright, let me put my ears back on here. Yeah. Incredible. Hi, yes, back to work today, unfortunately, just on lunch break. Ah, okay. Well, I'm sorry you're back to work, unless you enjoy your work. I guess I don't know what you do. Some people actually like their jobs. Imagine that. Imagine being Madish Moose and liking your job. Madish says, gotta love the incorrect autofill. Yeah. Okie dokie. Okay, I got all my things in the right place. Let's play some Arena, guys. Let's play Arena. Enjoy my job, but enjoy not working more. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. This 100%? Okay. I'll give you guys the rundown of what's going on here once this this thing cycles through. If you want to read the backstory, here you go. I can't read it aloud quickly enough before it changes to the next scene. So instead, I'll sit here and drink my coffee. Joss is here. Hey, Joss. Welcome in. Just in time. Karma was saying earlier that we desperately need you here to keep everything under control. Because chat has gotten out of control. Alright. So, when we left off, we were in Labyrinthian. And we had just gotten the diamond key, which you can see up here. This is a diamond key. Now let me tell you what's going on. So we are Juniper, the Breton Ranger. And we're looking pretty cool, right? With our angry shield and our teal and gold outfit that apparently means nothing. We learned last time, through some experts in chat, that armor rating is useless in this game. So, it doesn't matter what we're wearing. We could wear nothing, probably, and be just fine. And yeah, I don't know. So, we have been sent by, Rhea Selene, or something like that. I'm sure I butchered it. She looks like Mariah Carey in the 90s. With, like, the wind blowing her hair and her outfits, and yeah. She has been killed by Jagar Tharn, who has, who's pretending to be Emperor Uriel Septim the Seventh. You see, Tharn sent, good old Uriel to some other plane, probably Oblivion, I assume, and is now pretending to be him on the throne. Rhea knew of this treachery, and Jagar Tharn killed her for it. For that knowledge. Knowledge is dangerous, guys. Learning is bad. Learning is bad, as we know. And so, we have been sent by Rhea. God, is it Rhea? That sounds wrong to me now. Who speaks to us in our dreams, as most ghosts do. As you all know, right? From, like, the real world. That happens in real life. Some ghosts, for some people, are named Carlos. Ours is Rhea. She speaks to us and tells us to go get pieces of the Staff of Chaos, which we can then use, presumably, to defeat Jagar Tharn. And so we have to go all around Tamriel to find pieces of the Staff of Chaos, which have been littered into various dungeons all over the place. So we are currently in Labyrinthian, trying to get a piece of the Staff of Chaos. And we're... the Labyrinthian is a bit of a maze. It's Shalador's playground, I guess, and we are... Shalador being a wizard. Everybody knows good old Shalador. And so we're going to get the Staff of Chaos if we can navigate this. Yeah. So let's see. I'm sure Liz doesn't miss dealing with tweakers at 3 in the morning. No, I do not. That is actually true. That is actually true. I don't know how we got on the topic. We were talking about... I don't know whose stream we were in, or if this was a conversation I had in real life recently. We were talking about LSD. And I remember arresting somebody who was dealing LSD in a mental hospital, which is probably the worst place to be doing that. And anywho, she had also been using, LSD, and I remember her being in the hospital for possibly having a little too much of it. And she had been rubbing cottage cheese all over herself, and she had drawn whiskers on her face with eyeliner. And so that was pretty cool. I'm good with that. I'm good. I could do with less of that in my life. Yeah. Although it was funny at the time. Although I obviously didn't laugh at her. It's more of like a thing I joked about to myself later. Now we're in for our shenanigans. Yeah, naked adventure time. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess I could take all the gear off. I don't think it matters. I think we decided. Teal and gold outfits meaningless and armor rating doesn't matter. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Josh, you missed it. Karma was saying, I think it's Poltergeist is named Carlos. You said LSD, my brain heard LDS. Very good. Yeah, those are very different things. All right. Next page. I think next page is just my gear, right? Okay. Exit. Done. Done. All right. So we're gonna get back. We have the key, so now we have to navigate back to the door, which is somewhere on the map. I think it's green. We have to get here. Have to get to here. So we're gonna go, I guess, this way. I can use my helmet of levitating to take me to this tunnel, perhaps. So we'll bounce our way south and then see where we go from there. Hey, Brandel, how are you? Check out your mug emote. I was just telling everybody how awesome you and Madish were for coming up to with a solution, a joint decision on the mug to use, and how weird it's going to be if we have if we end up having additional ones. I don't know. Additional ties in the future, I mean. Hey, Wolf G, good to see you. Welcome in, and hello from the shadows right back at you. I guess I'm not in the shadows, I'm the opposite of the shadows, right? Looking good? Good, good. Voice acting lessons, very appropriate. Yeah, you do your voice acting stuff, it's fun. You still enjoying your vacation? You want to call it a vacation? Oh, did I already loot this? I think I did. Alright. Oh, I thought I could just go south. There seems to be an actual wall in the way, which is a problem. Okay, so we will not go south. We will go north, which is just like south, but not. Alright, here we are. In this dungeon, we have encountered quite a few evil things, mostly wolves that howl at us, and minotaurs, and ghouls, and orcs, and I think we saw a lizard man, and yeah, lots of stuff. You are, how am I? I'm good, thanks. I don't remember quite exactly what I asked. I assume it was how are you? Or are you having a good day, or something like that? Streamer brain, you know. I don't know what I said. But yeah, I'm having a good day. I was explaining at the beginning of the stream that things are a little bit off today. I feel like something's off. I can't quite put my finger on it. Oh, is this the door? What is this? Why is it like shiny and weird? What is this? A magic carpet or something? I don't know what this is supposed to be. It's weird. Look at my map. So since they both won, are they both ineligible to win this month, or neither? Yeah, they're both ineligible to win this month. So they have the opportunity to win again in February. So everybody except for Madish and Brandel are in the running right now for to win the Mug Wars for the month of January. The person who wins the greatest number of Mug points at the end of the month, or the people, I guess, if it comes to a tie, will get to pick the mug emote for February. The color of the mug. Also, future ties should be resolved by cage match between the 2 or more winner to be streamed on your channel. A cage match. You know, I literally said, so I pulled Brandel and Madish into a private channel in Discord, and I said, you know, congratulations on your win, yada yada yada. Then I said something like, now please fight to the death over which emote you guys will have, or something like that. And I'm glad, I hope they knew I was joking. I assume they knew I was joking, because nobody gave me any grief for that, but I realized with other people, maybe that would be not a nice thing to say. But I feel like they both know my personality and knew I was joking. Please now fight to the death. When I read the part you were joking, I immediately put down my sword and shield. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm lost. Hang on. Map. Okay, so we're getting close. So we're gonna go west, north, west. Yeah. You could call the stream Arena Mug Wars. Something. Suplex City time? Maybe. Alright, so I'm gonna keep going. Okay, so end of this room, and then north. We got this, guys. End of the room, and then north. Through the cage. Cage match. It's just like we were saying, guys. Good job. Okay, so now I'm here. Now I'm here. Rocco, hey, how are you? Welcome in. Good to see you, friend. Josh says to Brandel, I sense there was disappointment. Sorry, Brandel. I actually don't encourage people to fight my incredible moderators. Ah! Don't you breathe at me. Don't you breathe at me, spider. I'll hiss right back at you. There's another one. I heard hissing. And as we know, spiders hiss. We go this way now. I think, and then we U-turn. There's the hissing spider. Okay, here we go. We did it. Okay, so now we go this way. Carver says I got maybe 4 hours sleep last night. I apologize for what my brain is doing. That's okay. I'm sorry that you didn't sleep well. Or that you didn't get enough sleep, because perhaps you slept well for those 4 hours, but you only had 4 hours? I don't know. Either way. You open the door with a diamond key. Look at us go. Mogris the Dim, though he's a bore, holds the only key. Okay, we already read that one. Where is the spider? You hiss at me. That was close. We should heal. Can I close this door? I don't even know. We're gonna see if we can take a nap here. Fully healed. Enemies nearby. Ha! My god, where'd you come from? Uh-oh, I pressed something that slowed the game speed. Slower? Nope. Faster? Okay, well. Pressing buttons. I don't know what they do, but I pressed them. Ah! Hey! Dude! Dude! Settle down! Talking to chat here. God, people are so rude. So rude. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I can't move my chair forward. Eat that. I have one of those like little like floor mat things for your rolly chairs, but there's like a divot or something, so the wheel of the chair gets stuck in it, making the whole point making it useless. Useless, man. Are we going this way? And then I guess we'll go this way. Who knows? I don't know. Probably save. Constantly. You gotta save constantly here. It was an excellent ha. I don't know what I said. I guess I said ha. Oh boy. Hot Garbo chair. I know, right? Oh, what's this? Okay. This is a magically held. Oh, okay. Okay. Cannon? Canaan? Canaan? I feel like it's canon, but canon is spelled not like that normally. Okay, Canon the Wise holds more to be seen. A key and a riddle, and a test in between. To get past this portal, a feat done by few. Search for the brother behind door number 2. Yeah, I think we knew that was happening. Let's go to door 2. So the way that this works, basically, is this whole place is the shape of a W. It's a W, guys. Okay, so it's a W. You go through the entrance to the door, and you have 3 branches, right? The middle branch, you go to a place where there's a key, it sends you back this way to this branch, where you go and find the key, you come back to this branch, where it tells you to get a key, and now you're going to this branch. The answer's gloves? Ugh. Gloves. Okay. Here's door 2. Okay, so now we're gonna see if we can find key number 2. Which is probably upstairs also. Which I hear the hiss of a spider. Spiders are like that. Don't you hiss at me. Ah, I hear you, I hear your breathing. Oh, spider. So, just in case anyone else ever plays this game, watch out for corners like these. These kind of corners that kind of just cut the angle. Like you could tell, like, these are cells, right? Like, you got a square, you got a square. This sort of, this corner here, just pretend there's a wall there, because if you go here, it's just really hard to move out of it. And of course, what I just didn't demonstrate that, but it is really challenging to work your way around the angled corners. Uh-oh. That, of course, we know is the sound of a wolf. Because what else would it be? Okay, I think this is it here. Upstairs. Get me upstairs. To the domain of Canaan. Coffee. Gotta take those corners wide like a transport truck. Yeah, you gotta worry about off-road tracking. Let's take a little snooze. I feel like this is a safe place to snooze. Yeah. Save. I'm gonna say Labyrinthian 2 because we're on the 2nd floor. And that's how my brain's working today. So let's, I was gonna say let's look at the map, but what's the point? We know that this is a solid wall here that divides the right side where we already got the key, the diamond key from the right branch of that W, and now we're on the left branch of the W, so I think the key is maybe over here somewhere. So we're gonna start working our way that way. After 20 minutes or so of searching, if I'm out of luck, I will look at a map. Which I already have saved and ready to look at. Because yesterday we learned that you could be in here for like your whole freaking life, basically. Because it's a maze. It's a labyrinth. It's an aptly named dungeon. Okay. Josh says, maybe instead of an ominous horn blast, my entry sound should be creepy spider breathing. Just breathe at you. Where are you at, spider? There you are. I lost some mazes with maps, so I'll be lost forever without one. Yeah! In this game, it doesn't give you quest markers, which is fine. I don't mind a lack of quest markers. Oh my god, where'd you guys come from? It's Karma. It's businessman zombie. They popped out of nowhere. You see a zombie. But they don't, so you don't get quest markers, but you also don't really get directions. And that's the part that I dislike about this. Like, I'm happy to wander through a maze if I'm given some sort of a hint about what my, why the suits and ties. Your guess is as good as mine. Do your zombies not wear suits and ties? I feel like maybe they borrowed the model from something else. I don't know. Uh-oh, we're in the pit. And now we're out of the pit. Get some gold. Let's see. Bear says, business on the outside, dead and rotting on the inside. Yeah, that's exactly it. So we're gonna go back into the pit, I think, and then go this way if we can. Alright, where does this lead us? Okay, into a wall. I was thinking that, okay, there's a troll. That's the sound of a troll, by the way. I will not replicate that one, because I think that would actually destroy my vocal cords. So, how's everybody doing today? You guys enjoying the lovely tones of the regenerating trolls? The regenerating trolls. I wonder how many there are. I can't quite tell what they're doing. It feels like they're sort of just like rotating in place, kind of like they're in the washing machine, like the agitator's running. Sounds a lot more like Velociraptor-esque than a troll. Oh, okay. Maybe they're Velociraptors. I don't actually know what a Velociraptor sounds like. Okay, it's just one. No, it's two. You can see the spiky club there. It sounds like this. Oh, well now I know. I'm not gonna go that way. Because I feel like avoiding the trolls is probably a good idea. I'm gonna go, west. Westish, if I can. You have Mark Force Wall, why don't I use it? Because I don't know where I'm going, and I don't really want to use all of the charges to just go random place, you know? Like, it's something I'd use. I used it yesterday, at your suggestion. Welcome back in, by the way, good to see you again. I did use it yesterday, but I knew where I was going for that piece of it. So for this, today, since I don't know exactly where I'm going... Why can't I jump up there? I don't see the use of spending the money. I'm sorry, wasting the charges. Uh-oh, I don't want that. If that makes sense. Neither do we. You don't know what you're doing either? Uh-oh, we went that way. Let's see if I can go this way. Okay, I can. Uh-oh, what was that noise? I'm not familiar with that noise. What does that sound like to you? I mean, it sounds really, really creepy to me, so I assume it's probably something like, I don't know, a cute little kitten. Because nothing in this game, the sounds don't make any sense at all. Josh says, okay, so it got me thinking, what would spiders sound like if they were big enough that we could hear them? I mean, the spiders in Skyrim are all kind of like... tick, 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 tick. You know, like the little... I don't know if you can hear... This is now an ASMR stream. Okay. I don't know what this is. But it hates me. I don't know what it was, but it killed me.
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price.
There we go.
Even
First
now,
death of the day.
my servants go to fetch your mortal husk. You will serve me well through my years as Emperor. Once I have made you undead, perhaps I will even let you retain some of your memories, so that the price of your failure has meaning to you.
Thanks. Thanks, buddy. Alright, load save game. Labyrinthian 2, because we're upstairs. Right, let's go. It was a tribble? That could be. Is it in trouble? Going this way. Key is located on the southwest side of the half floor? Oh. I was going south. I was going northwest. Southwest. Okay, let's try southwest. Thank you. I said I was going to go like 20-ish minutes without looking at a map and then look at a map. And so if 20-ish minutes passes and I'm still like trying to find it, I will probably just look it up and then use the past wall thing like you were saying. But I kind of want to see if I can find it, you know? Nope, look at that. Come and get me, spider. Can't breathe at me, you're so far away. I don't want the shield because it seems heavy. Okay, that was a bad idea. I'm gonna go this way instead. Is there no way up there? I thought there was. Let's go this way. Hey! How do I get out of here? Uh-oh, I hear some groaning. Don't know what it is. Can I get out this way? South. Oh, this seems to be going well. I'm just kind of going southish. Maybe this will spit me out right there. How cool would that be? Alright. Yeah, I think this is out, right? Uh-oh. There we go. Use levitation to avoid falling into holes? What if I meant to fall into a hole, though? Trying to get out of the hole. I guess I could use levitation to do that, but... at the same time, I don't like levitation because it just makes you bounce. It makes you bounce a lot. Come on, let me get up. That's very annoying. Hey! Stay still so I can kill you. Hitting me with a drumstick. Rude. Rude. Hey, some gold. What's in this pile here? I'm not clicking at the ghoul, or maybe I am. Okay, well, the ghoul ruined that pile of loot. Not happy about that. Okay, so where am I now? Okay. So we're getting somewhere. How much further south can I go? I don't think I can go much further south, or west for that matter. So we gotta be getting sort of close. Yeah, I think we gotta be getting sort of close. Alright, so I'm gonna do a save here. Go this way. Southwest. Hear spiders hissing at me again, as spiders do. Spiders, man. Alright, so here's a room with loot and some business zombies. Okay. Cool. You guys do you. Take that and that. Like a ring. That's gotta be easy to carry. Let's go this way. Southeast, southwest, south. Now where am I? Hey! Nice. We found it, guys. I am the brother Canon, who holds the secret of life. Not a more cunning riddler, twixt ocean and fife? Isn't that beef? I don't know. Answer me this question, O foolish mortal from above, or join my eternal task born of duty and love. 2 bodies have I, though both joined in one. The more I stand still, the quicker I run. What is thy answer? Alright, let me think. 2 bodies, both joined in one. The more I stand still, the quicker I run. You know what you think? Give me a second to see if I can figure it out here. Because I'm thinking, so bodies makes me think. I got a couple ideas here that I'm bouncing around. Bodies always makes me think of like water or something, especially when you have something that's running and still. Those are both things that could be related to water coming together or whatever. But it also could be something like a shadow, where you have the human and the shadow itself. 2 bodies have I, most joined in one. That doesn't quite make sense to the second part of the riddle. Quicker I run. Things that run that aren't actually running. I mean, that could be, again, water. It runs. A refrigerator? Is your refrigerator running? It kind of reminds me of the riddle, like what dries the more it gets wet or something like that, which is a towel. I like that one. 2 bodies have I. Bodies. Both joined in one. More still I stand. Still I stand, the quicker I run. So something that's faster, perhaps. Kind of on the right track with water running, but it's not water. Okay. So maybe it could be another element of some sort. Air. Fire. Fire. Quicker I run. A candle has a quick. Still I stand, the quicker I run. In one. Or maybe it's a different, like, geographical feature of some sort. Mountains, or... That doesn't seem to make sense, I don't think. Something with nature. More still I stand. The wind stands still. Two bodies have I, both joined in one. Or I run. All right, I would take, if you're sure you know what it is, I'd welcome another hint. I don't want the answer outright yet. Plenty of time to figure it out. Okay. Two bodies have I, still joined in one. Or still I stand. Time. Oh. Uh-oh. Awesome. I'm free to fly the wind after an eternity of sickness and sin. As a reward for setting me free, the cell next to this holds your sapphire key. Thank you, Joss. That's a fun riddle. Hourglass. Alright, I got the sapphire key. Mud save. Thank you for the hype. I should change that to have the yum donuts, because they spin. Oh, your nose runs. That's a good one. Does your nose run faster when it's standing still? My hands are so dry. My face is so dry too. It's like dying today. Does your nose have two bodies? I mean, it has two chambers. What do you call the individual sides of a nose? Chamber felt wrong, but at the same time felt okay. I was okay with chamber. I mean, I know the nostrils are just the first part. Who knows nose anatomy? I mean, but the nostrils is just the front. This is the nostril. Like, is the inside the nostril too? Really? I thought it was just like... I don't know. Okay, everyone's saying nostril. All right, nostril. Maybe if there's more pollen there, too. Okay. Get you guys some antihistamines. All right. Did I save? I don't remember. Just in case. Now let's see where we're going back. And because we're... Because we know where we're going, I think we can use our wall pass thing. Urinal septum, that must be it. Goes up into your frontal sinus. Here's my fun sinus fact. It's like my only anatomy fact that I really like sharing. Fun fact. Everybody, you can identify, that's probably a bad way to think about it, but people, the shape of your sinuses are genetic. So it's passed down through your family. So you can, if you're looking at, I don't know, let's say human remains from, 1,000 years ago or something like that, which is why I know this, because I took paleopathology and anthropology courses and stuff like that. But it's you're looking at, if you're looking at remains and you're looking at sinuses, you can kind of say, okay, this sinus is shaped like this one, so they are a family unit. Urinal septum in comedy, that's called a callback. Yeah, because you're going right, bringing the joke back to what it was. I like that. I like that. I like a callback. Okay, so we gotta go north to here. This is the goal. Mummy. Yeah, that's true. Could be. I think mummies are juicy enough though that you can use. Actually, they're not juicy at all. I guess that's why they're still around. They're very dry, but they still have tissue. They still have soft tissue. This is a weird conversation. If I go, what's the fastest way to here? Because this is a door, and this is a path. So if I can get into this room, it's basically a straight shot north. So if I... See, it seems like there's so many passageways. What's the point of taking a wall passage? I don't know. Why can people leave why can't people leave dead people alone? Is that what you're asking? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, sometimes what happens is, and quite often what happens, especially in, when it comes to looking at human remains and stuff that are many, many, many years old, it's not like people set out to go do it. It's more of a giant corporation is building something on a site, and when they started digging, they came across something they didn't know was there, right? And so they call in anthropologists to test the site to see if it's, did I already loot that? To see if there's cultural significance to the site, if they can... What is that awful noise? Maybe they'll relocate the bodies, or they'll preserve the site, or whatever the case might be. There we go. Because they're cursed with curiosity? Well, I don't know if that's even it. I think it's just like... There's only so much space on Earth right now, right? And there are a heck of a lot of people, and we gotta put them somewhere. What is this noise? And so it's... Oh, boy. Guys, we found the hot Garbo monster. That looks like a trash bag, and if you move close, there's like eyes. It's on fire. I don't like that at all. Yeah, I don't know. I think because you have to dig in order to build buildings, basically, it's only natural that people are going to encounter remains that are not marked. But when it comes to marked stuff, though, I mean, I don't know. I don't have the answer for you there. We need to hurry up and colonize the moon. I don't want to live... I mean, this is irrelevant, because I'm never going to the moon. I was going to say, I don't want to live on the moon, but who cares what I want to do? Let's see, where am I going here? Feel like it can move a lot faster than me? Yeah, it's like bouncing back and forth. Hey, Marco, how are you? Good to see you again. How's your day going? Okay, so I need to get... If I can get past the... Can I just kind of go this way? Because I don't know. There's like 4 blocks of walls here. Can I just pass through all of those? I don't know. I could try it. Let's look to the right and see what happens here if we go east. Force wall. It says success. I'm in the exact same place. What the hell? I'm sorry. What the heck, guys? It's going well in yours? It's fine. I'm having a good day. Having some coffee. I'm being attacked by, which I can only assume is a trash bag. We're gonna ignore it and just go this way, though. Which is what I should have just been doing in the first place. Come on. Okay, so I officially don't like the pass walls thing, because I don't know how to use it. That's okay, though. Because we have a map, we know where we're going. We're gonna get out of here, and it's gonna be fine. We hear the breathing of a spider. That's how spiders sound. We're close now. Okay, so we're gonna go to the right, and then to the north, and then just keep going north. Zoop. Don't breathe at me, spider. Breathe on yourself. Can I just jump up here? Maybe not. Is spider farting? Gosh, what if it is? Oh, I just realized I need to get to the black spots is what lets you out. So I'm gonna go west and then north. Hang on. West, north. All right, now we're gonna escape this little spot. Here we go. We did it! Can I get my health back here? Great. Downstairs. I'm gonna save here, too. First floor. What is... these spiders, man. Alright, so I know where I'm going now. Let me look at my map. We're trying to get to this door. So... if I go north... I'll just make a really wide U-turn to the north. Here we go. I'm paralyzed? Excuse you. Where are you at, spider? Rude. Get me out of here! Alright, so now we're being chased by another daggone spider. Alright. We have the second key. My god, is there another one? Of course there is. Stop it. Step on you. Just something I wouldn't do in real life. Oh boy. Let's spider! Why are there so many spiders? You open the door with a sapphire key. Key and a riddle and a test in between? Is there... do I have another test or something? I'm gonna save here, just in case. Uh-oh, I pressed load. Let's try again with save. Okay. Enemies nearby. Ooh. I feel like this whole playthrough is just me doing impressions of the enemies. Okay. Here lies the final portal, the doorway to life. Cool. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to. Thou hast answered in haste and truly erred. I clicked by mistake. Alright. Take my hands off the keyboard there. What force and strength cannot get through, I, with a gentle touch, can do. And many in these twisted halls would stand, were I not as a friend at hand. Many would stand if were I not at hand, so that's it's keeping people from standing? What force and strength cannot get through when I can more gently? That's how I'm interpreting that. What can pass through something gently when force and strength cannot? Many in these twisted halls would stand were I not as a friend at hand. Fun fact, Bob says, mice laugh when you tickle them. Do they really? I didn't know that. Bob says, I mean, who's to say they don't? It's likely they're so low we can't hear it. What, spider farting? Is that what we're talking about? Are we talking about spider farts? I'm okay with it. Is that... I don't know. Maybe that's the answer. Do you guys think a spider fart is the answer? Oh, or breathing. Well, certainly they breathe. I just don't know how loud they are. I mean, it sounds like they're really struggling to breathe, right? Like they're hissing. The gentle touch. Final portal, the doorway to life. What force and strength cannot get through, I with a gentle touch can do, and many in these twisted halls would stand were I not as a friend at hand. There's something about the way that this riddle is ordered that my brain is struggling with. I think it's it's like having the, what do you call it? Is that a positive? I don't know. This is a stumper? Yeah. What force and strength can't get through, I can do with a gentle touch. And many in these twisted halls would stand were I not at hand as a friend. Is I think easier for my brain to think of it, but it's gentle touch. And strength, many of these twisted halls would stand. So is the second part of this mean that were it not for whatever the answer to this riddle is, were it not for that, people would, many would stand, monsters would stand? What are we thinking the many is? Many? Bob says, but mice laughed at such a high pitch we can't hear it, but scientists have recorded it and lowered the frequency so they could. Yep, someone had the very adult job of tickling mice. Who knows? Force and strength. So force, I mean, force and strength, I'm thinking like wind or something, right? Like that's sort of where my mind goes automatically, is I'm thinking like wind, or a weapon or something. Maybe it's just a key. Do you think a key would fit? Force and strength, I with the gentle touch can do many in the twisted halls. Key, what would that mean if it were a key? Key would fit? Should we try key? I don't know if key actually fits here. Oh. I guess so. Thou art truly worthy of Shalador's prize. The second piece of the Staff of Chaos awaits. Bob says there are some weird jobs out there, like the people that smell armpits for deodorant companies. Oh. No thank you. Like all the adventurers would just stand there without a key. I mean, I don't know. Alright, the Staff of Chaos. Ah! Ghosts! Ghosts! I think we killed everything. Here we go. Godly! Why? Why? Oh my god. Second piece of the Staff of Chaos burns brightly with cold fire as it touches the first piece. They meld together perfectly. Nice. I know, Joss! I'm sorry. That was bright. Oh, sorry, not bright. It was sorry, I was reading the word bright as I said that. Oh. All right. So now let's see. So we have the Staff of Chaos. It was suggested yesterday that we go to Hammerfell. We could sell some stuff for Hammerfell and see if we have enough to get the Buckler of Reflection. So loud you saw a bright flash. That must be it. So let's go to Hammerfell if we can escape this place. I'm gonna snooze. Awesome.
You have survived the tests most dire. Continue along this path, however, and you will face such things as to make your very heart freeze. I will save you the ordeal for my servants approach you even now. From your mangled corpse, I will take what is mine!
Really, dude? They should play, that should play before a new hand touches the beacon. Alright, let's get out of here. So, Jagar Tharn is not happy with us. I don't know what that was. That was scary. What is that thing? I don't know. It's gone. That looked different than the ghosts and stuff. It was like a cross between a zombie and a ghost, which I guess is a Gombi, because that's what I just said. It's a Gombi, guys. Which is like Gumby, but worse. Or is it? How do we feel? What is worse? Is a zombie? Is a Gombi worse than Gumby? Oh no. I don't know. Let's do a poll. This is very important. We're doing a poll, guys. New poll. What is worse? Gombi. Gumby. Or Gumbo. Maybe Gumbo is a choice too. Why not? Great. You guys can vote on that. I'm also gonna do a prediction. How many times will the game crash today? Yesterday it crashed once. I did award the channel point, but it was as we were rating out because I can't ever remember this. I'm so sorry, guys. How many times will the game crash today? And I'll let this run for a few minutes. You guys can get both of, you got a prediction and a poll happening both at once. Good luck. Have fun. Gumbo's delicious. Gumby's pretty freaky in his own right. I feel like I spelled Gumby wrong. I don't know. I don't know. Where's the poll? Okay, that's still running. Both are running, so that's working just fine. Could have been a Zoast. Oh, it could have been, yeah, but I accidentally said Gumby, so I just went with it. Voted for Gumbo, but only because you're really hungry? Yeah. I think I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast because I just had a heck of a lot of coffee and water. So let me run some ads, get them out of the way so we can have some uninterrupted time, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. So stay tuned. Thanks. Bye. Oh, I'm almost pressed end. That would have been bad. Okay, let me press BRB instead. Okay, bye. an Oreo. Because I'm a rebel. I wanted one. So I had one. Because I'm an adult. An adult rebel. Guys, I don't know what's wrong with me. Clearly I needed more sleep. I was up late with my enchiladas, with Twitch again, with people in Discord. Let's blame Joss for this. I was talking with Joss for a while last night. Let's see how the poll's doing. Let's see how the poll is. We got Cider in the corner. Doing Cider things. Let's see. Poll. View results. Gumby. 50% of the vote said Gumby is worse than a Gomby or Gumbo. I'm surprised anyone voted for Gumbo. Yeah. Huh. That away. Oh, Karma said, I voted for Gumbo because I was really hungry. That's fair. That's fair. Sir Murder Mittens is here and said, hey, I haven't watched you since 2023. God, that was last year. Holy smokes. Good to see you again. How are your kittens doing today? How are they doing? They're doing well. And your chickens too, I guess. Rocco says, only one Oreo? That shows a lot of strength. Yeah, you know. It was a drive-by Oreo swiping. I grabbed one from the pantry as I was pouring coffee in my coffee mug and refilling my water bottle. You gotta be careful with Oreos, because they get the crumbs all over. They get stuck in my teeth. But they're very good. And I don't know if this is what you guys think too, or maybe this is just my impression, but I strongly prefer the cookie part of the Oreo to the cream part of the Oreo. Like, I would just eat the cookies if that was a choice. I think they're fantastic. Kitties are doing good? Good. I'm glad to hear that. Let's see, how's the prediction running? I think is it still live? Okay, so no. 99% of you said 1 to 2 times the game will crash today. 1% of you said 3 to 4. Gosh, I hope not. I hope not. Let's get back into the game and see what ends up happening. Happy New Year, Sir Murder Mittens. Good to see you again, by the way. I hope you're having a good New Year. You just missed it. We just collected the second piece of the Staff of Chaos. The second piece, I think? Maybe? And we gotta get out of here. Run for the exit. No! Dude, seriously? I'm trying to escape. Imagine if I died right now. Ridiculous. We're gonna go to Hammerfell? And in Hammerfell, we're going to... using this as a bookmark, because I'm actually reading. You guys remember one of my New Year's resolutions is to read actual books, and not just listen to audiobooks. So I'm currently reading Agatha Christie's 3-act tragedy. And it's not a play, it's a book. It's just, it's written in 3 acts. It's an easy read. But I really enjoy Hercule Poirot, whose name I'm sure I butchered. But I like these, so fun. I'm a couple chapters in them. They're short chapters, as you can see, but a couple chapters in. So far, so good. Read the Dresden Files. Yeah, you were suggesting that. You suggested the audiobooks for them, though, didn't you? Would you say the actual books over the audiobooks? I don't know. Sorry about that. Let's get back to the game. I'm just proud to show you guys that I actually have a book that I'm working on. Oh, right, but the bookmark. The bookmark is my, are the notes for this game. We're going to Hegathe and Hammerfell to the Elite Gear Store. That's the goal. I don't know if we have enough gold yet, but maybe we can sell stuff. I thought this said Cheese Town. It does not. It says Chase Town. Maybe it's this. Do. This is Chase Guard. In Chase Town. Boy, that's confusing. Do. Alright, let's go here. Let's see. You have arrived in the city-state of Hegathe. Hegathe? Hegathe? I don't know. In Hammerfell province. The date is Freitas, the 18th of Sun's Dusk in the year 390 of the Third Era. It took 37 freaking days to reach your goal. Hegathe bids you welcome and good fortune. We are home to many who would seek the paths of danger. I feel like they're missing a word there. Not a deadlier challenge wouldst thou face elsewhere. Oh boy. Bob says, I gotta go. Here's a gift as I go. Bob, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the Fusro Bob. See ya, Bob. Bob. Fiona's here. Hey, Fiona. How are you? You still in Savannah? How are your adventures going? The map looks like Europe. It kind of does. I've always thought that. But that is Tamriel, the continent on which, Skyrim's on. Bob says either, but the audiobooks are amazing, read by James Marsters. Oh, so maybe I'll do that for the audiobook, and then I'll read something else. Back in Jacksonville. Okay, cool. Hope your trip went well. It was an easy drive. Sir Murdermitten says, playing Skyrim, I was messing around with my swords, accidentally killed someone that walked in front of me. Oh. So yesterday, I was playing Baldur's Gate 3 in my off time, and I accidentally made an entire town mad at me because I put a child in my pocket and then threw it on the ground. So don't do that if you're playing Baldur's Gate 3. I find that all of my good intention things in Baldur's Gate 3 are being misinterpreted as bad things. So I don't know. I don't know how to play. I don't know how to play Baldur's Gate 3, I guess. It's fine. Alright. We gotta find an inn, because you can see it's nighttime, and at nighttime monsters are about, and our health is bad. Bad. Ah, see? So we're gonna die right here. Holy smokes. I need an inn. Oh, here's an inn. It's a lady of the night right there. You enter the dancing crow's nest, rubbing the chill night air from your bones. The tavern is full of people bustling here and there. Alright, well, hopefully I can bustle my way toward a room. Pretty sure that's on purpose. What? What's on purpose? I guess I should put my weapon away now that we're here. Okay, I see the guy. I see the tavern owner, the barkeep. Hi, buddy. Any rumors? I'd ask someone with a better ear. Oh, okay. Sorry. Can I have a room? Oh, that was in response to Fiona. Okay, hang on. Let me read that again. Map looks like Europe. Oh, pretty sure that's on purpose. Oh, yeah. One day. I accept. Don't believe I'm only charging you 10 gold, you lucky kid. Do we got a deal? Yeah, I said I accept. Why do I have to accept twice? Jeez Louise. Apparently I say geez Louise now, guys. I hadn't said that in a while. If ever. Have I ever said geez Louise before? Who is Louise? What's with these barrels? I feel like they're gonna explode. I don't want to be near them. Like a red carpeted area over here. This is like the special carpeted VIP area for barrels. Maybe this is like the champagne room, but it's like kegs of beer instead. Cheese Louise? Maybe that. Who is Cheese Louise? Is she like a cheesemonger? That could be. Alright. Sleep. Until fully healed. Obviously.
I would congratulate you on retrieving the second piece of the Staff of Chaos. But dire portents have I seen. The third piece of the staff lies somewhere in the Elden Grove, ancient home of the elves. The Elden Grove is said to be the birthplace of the sacred first tree, that which gave life to all the forests on the continent of Tamriel. Its location has been a closely guarded secret, so guarded in fact that many believe that even the elves have forgotten its true location. Considering that there are only 3 provinces that hold any of the elfin people. Your search should not be too difficult. Find the Elden Grove and recover the third piece of the staff. I wish you well on your quest.
Well, I wish you well on your quest as well. There's only 3 provinces that have elves in them. So that's cool. I assume they are what? Let's look at a map. Let's look at the map. Uh-oh, that's not the right map. Look at the map here. I'm not trying to travel, I'm trying to educate myself. God. Is this the right place? Is this somebody else's room? Oh, we just found our way outside. What time is it? Seems like it's dark still. Oh my god, it's almost nighttime again. Okay. Let's look at a map. Where do we think we go from here? So, elves, we got dark elves in Morrowind. We got wood elves in Valenwood. And we got high elves, the Altmer here in Somerset Isles. The Elden tree makes me think of Eldenroot. So I'm thinking it's probably Valenwood. So I think we can go there maybe. But we're here in this town trying to find the elite gear store. However, first, we should find... Who are you? Well, I ain't a Hegathe tourist god. I guess you can call me Fleer. That's me business name. Alright, where is... an equipment store? Looking for the elite gear store. Check to the south? Okay. The Elder Green? Maybe. Look at her shimmying away. Shimmying against the lamppost. She doesn't look well. It's Cicero! Ah! I guess it's nighttime. We're probably gonna have to sleep again, which I kinda hate. I didn't plan this well. Because you can't do anything at night here, except for, I guess, meet prostitutes. Which is fine. But I really am trying to get somewhere. Ah, what's this? The new equipment store. Are they open? No, they're not open. It's nighttime. Alright, we gotta find another inn, or perhaps the same inn. Maybe we go back to the same inn. Larry said, did someone say prostitutes? Did that summon you? Well, that's weird. Good to see you, Larry. Welcome, welcome. Do. We are just breezing through the town of Hegathe. Hegathe? It's like Agatha, but with an H. And it's like Hegathe. I can't be right. Somebody let me know if you see an inn. Or if you see a store. We can mark it on our map and come back to it. I'm sure something's going to jump out at any second and try to kill me, as things tend to do after dark in these towns. Because the city guards are useless. And also possibly dressed, I mean, at least in Hammerfell, which is where we are, they could be wearing bikinis and stuff, which... Fine. I mean, who am I to step all over somebody's cultural traditions? But it does seem to me that a bikini is not great armor. Oh boy, we got 2 of them. We got 2 rogues. Okay. Can I take any of this stuff to sell? Okay, now I'm encumbered. Hello, rogue. Thanks for your gold. See ya. Ah, here we go. We got another tavern. It's the Dancing Sailors. We're gonna have a little snooze here. The warm smells of tobacco smoke and simple foods draw you into the Dancing Sailors from the cold autumn night. Hi. Curse Darvak, go away. I just like some peace and quiet. Okay, I don't know who Darvak is. Sorry. Hi. Before you reach the bar, a figure called Mother Divkur. Mother Divkur signals to you and speaks in a conspiratorial whisper. Psst, psst, hey, you. Lend me your ear for a moment, Breton. For reasons of utmost importance to the welfare of this city-state, it's imperative that this bottle of wine be delivered to Silver Noose by Sundus, 20th of Sun's Dusk. I have a contact there who will give you 209 gold if you can make it on time. Will you help me? And Hegathe? No, I will not. Go away. I understand. Thanks anyway. And, by the way, if you tell anyone what I just told you, I'll pull all your teeth out by the way of your neck. Have a nice day. Oh, okay. That's very nice. What a nice person. Speaking of wine, guys, I ordered some pants yesterday from the internet, which is where I get all of my pants. And they had that's not true. But they had I ordered hiking pants, right? So it's from this company that sells hiking gear. They sell hiking gear and wine, apparently. Which is the weirdest thing to me. They have their own, like, brand of wine. So, yeah, that's something I didn't expect to see, but I was kind of flummoxed by it. I saw that on the website, and I was like, what? So, I didn't order any, because I don't think that's I don't feel like that's where you get good wine from, like, the hiking gear company. But I could be wrong. Maybe that's prejudice of me, I guess, against hiking companies' taste in wine. If we're gonna anthropomorphize, is that a right word? A hiking company, so that they're allowed to have taste buds, I guess. I don't know. Hiking and wine, what goes better together? I don't know. I don't think I've ever brought wine with me when I've gone hiking. I mean, I've had, like, wine on, like, a picnic, like an outdoor picnic or something, but hiking, I don't know. Water, mostly, for drinking. I don't know. Maybe I'm boring. That's probably it. That's probably the most likely situation, is I'm boring. Hiking and wine sounds like a great time. It sounds like a dangerous time to me. I just worry about the quality of wine. Like, if you're gonna go hiking and you're gonna have wine, which, by the way, they are selling in a bottle. It's not like it's any lighter, or if it's not like it's, because you know how a lot of hiking foods are intentionally made in very, very, very lightweight containers, like maybe like aluminum or something like that. And this was not, it's just glass, right? Which is heavy. So it seems to me like it's not actually meant to go with you on the trail. Dangerous, great, same thing. Fair enough. I don't know, I think maybe I'd prefer a beer. I think if I was gonna go hiking and bring an alcohol, I'd probably choose beer. I don't know. I do need a single room here so I can sleep the night away. Oh my god, dude. What time is it? It's 6:27 in the evening, so we're gonna sleep for, I don't know, 15 hours. Let's just do that. Because I want it to be daylight. This exit? Nice. Anyway, so I'm excited about the pants, if nothing else. Okay, today is 20th of Sun's Dusk, the Warriors' Festival in Hegathe. Most of the local warriors, spell swords, and rogues come to the city-state's equipment stores and blacksmiths, where all weapons are half price. Unfortunately, the low prices also tempt many an untrained boy to buy his first sword, and the normally quiet Hegathe streets ring with amateur skirmishes. Okay. The Queen has pardoned most of these ruffians in the past, but has promised to be less merciful this year. Alright, well, we'll see. Maybe we'll get attacked by some kid with a sword today. I can put him in my pocket, drop him in the city somewhere, and make everyone mad at me. Alright, so we're looking for the Elite Gear Store. You! Where is The Elite Gear Store. To the north. Okay, bye. Feel after a few drinks I'd have no motivation to hike? Yeah. I'm right there with you. I don't go hiking very often anymore because I don't live as close to a I don't know, really good hiking trails as I used to. I mean, there's some near me, but they're, you know, not really worth driving to. It's just as good to walk in my neighborhood, so I mostly just walk in my neighborhood. But one of my resolutions this year is to not fall behind on my walking challenges just because it's cold or rainy or awful outside. But I don't have like cold and water repellent gear. So that's why I was buying the pants. That's the whole story. So I've ordered them. I see that at a gear shop. I ordered them. I ordered a pair of gloves because the pair of gloves that I have currently are just kind of porous and awful. That's not the right gear shop. Anybody who's not familiar with this game, these maps are sort of randomly generated. So you literally just have to ask people where the heck things are and then like triangulate their locations. Trying to find the Elite Gear Store specifically because it has a shield that we want. Ah, here it is. We'll see if it's expensive, if we can afford it. As you enter the Elite Gear Store, golden glints from the tall sun reflect off the many items of interest scattered about. Alright. Fox says, the mountain in the distance looks like a giant sweet roll. Oh, I'm gonna have to go look at that when I get back outside. Don't let me forget. Welcome in, by the way. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here. You're still in favor of the wine camelback? See, if it's a camelback, at least it'd be... I feel like it'd be easier, it'd be lighter because you don't have the glass. Hi! Okay, so we are looking to buy a buckler of reflection spells, which I don't think we can afford even a little bit. They did say something was on sale today, so let's see if we're just fortunate enough to show up on a day where things are on sale. Scroll. Maybe it's under armor. I just want to see how much this cost. Buckler, that's a regular buckler. Kite shield of personality. That's what I want. Steel buckler of spell reflection. So this is what we're looking for here. It's 25,000 gold pieces. So yeah, we can't afford it just yet, but I'm going to sell a bunch of stuff and see if we can afford it after we sell the stuff that we have. Mommy tacos? What? I don't know what you mean by that, but tacos are good. Let's see. Fox says, Happy New Year, all. Happy New Year to you. Good to see you too. Was gonna lurk all morning since I need a nap, but Sweet Roll Mountain needed mentioning. Fair enough. Ask the blacksmith where to get steroids? Okay. Oh, not mommy? Tacos? Okay, yeah. Tacos. Alright, let's sell some stuff. 11 gold. Fine. Scroll. We're gonna scroll to the bottom here. We sell anything I'm not wearing. Sometimes we get lucky and one of the random pieces that we haven't identified are like worth a ton of money. Larry says, mommy tacos. Well, that's something. Just remember Larry said that, not me. 1,000 gold, sure. Blacksmith just says good genetics. I'm sure that's it. He doesn't diet or exercise at all. He's born that way. He's probably He's probably on Instagram posting his, like, what I ate today thing, and it's, like, nothing but, like, sheet cake and beer. Sell. Bracelet. No. Sell. This tower shield. Alright. He's the Liver King? I don't know what that could mean. But if you say so. And you do say so, because you literally just did. Oh, here's the ebony helm. We were going to sell that. 30,000 gold! That's a lot of gold. Autocorrect's gonna get you banned? Well, hopefully not. He's totally clean until you find out he's spending 30k a month on juice. Well, maybe he has ebony helmets to sell also. 30,000 gold for this ebony helm. I'm glad we went back for it. Thank you to whomever told me to go back for the ebony helm. I don't remember if that was Jordan or if that was, oh gosh, my chat is freaking out now. Stop it. Okay. Okay, my chat is back. Sorry about that. I don't know what just happened. Twitch had to think for a second, so if we lost anything, I apologize. So I just sold an ebony helm for 30,000 gold, and I'm going to buy, after I finish selling, I'm going to buy a buckler, which is a type of shield, right? So I should sell the kite shield I'm using. Yeah. And then I'm going to deflect all the magic. Happened for you too, Fox? Okay. That's so weird. Maybe the servers are just kind of like thinking or something. Sophie says to hydrate. Everybody hydrate. Everybody. This is a group redeem. Everybody get your water. We're all gonna drink some water. Because you need it, water. Although this guy here does not drink water. He's trying to be dehydrated so that his muscles are more defined on camera. He's got a weigh-in. Alright, good water. Yeah, exactly. Alright, let's sell some more. This dude. If I can click on him. Click on his abs there. Larry says, Liver King was a dude that was really ripped, claimed to be natty, which I know means a natural, aka not using steroids. There you go. He said he was jacked by eating raw animal products when he really had more juice than Tropicana. And juice in this case, steroids. There you go. See, look, I know some slang. Why do I know those? I don't know. Context clues. Raw animal products. God, that sounds awful. Karma says, I would, but I'm in the middle of BJ's. They would frown upon me ripping open a pack of water and chugging. Yeah, don't do that. Sell. Although I've definitely, if I'm gonna buy like a drink of something at a grocery store, I will open it and drink it right there and just give them the empty thing and say, hey, sorry, I was thirsty, I'll pay for it still. Randall says, congrats, you're a gym bro. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. I've always wanted to be a gym bro. I sell this belt. Am I wearing this? Cuirass, gauntlets, sword, helm, bow? Do we sell the bow? No, you know, I'll keep the bow for an option. Mark, bracers, bracers. You don't need a case of water? I mean, sure you do. Everyone needs a case of water. Alright. So we're gonna get out of this with our 46k gold. And we're gonna waste a bunch of it. It's not really wasting. We're gonna buy. We are going to buy this incredible shield. The Steel Buckler of Spell Reflection. I am known as the provider of fortune. You seem to be interested in a steel buckler of spell reflection. This guy's the provider of fortune. I think that's his wrestling name. What would his finishing move be if he was a wrestler, was the provider of fortune? I don't know. The jackpot? I'll consider selling it for 20. Okay, I will counter that. I will pay no more than 2,300. No, 23,000. 2,300 I'd probably get kicked out of the store. Your strong leadership skills have persuaded me to accept your offer. I will agree to your price if you still wish it. Yeah, sure. Everyone needs a case of tea? D? I don't know. Yes. Exit. Great. Let's see what this buckler looks like, guys. I'm very excited for it. Am I not wearing these pants? Light gauntlets? Oh. Was I not wearing arm protection? I don't know. Oh, I had bracers on, didn't I? Okay, whatever. There we go. Oh, look, isn't that cute? You guys can't see it, but it's like a little goblin face. Can you see it's kind of turned to its side a bit? Just ready to deflect anything. Any spells coming my way. It has 1,533 uses left. Do I have to actually choose to use this? Where's the big ugly shield? We sold it. We sold it in favor of this cute little one. This cute little one. Little shield. Little shield of spell reflection. Reflection? Reflection? I don't like that. Alright, let's get out of here. Done. Alright, let's go look at Sweet Roll Mountain. And then we're going to continue our quest. I think we're going to Valenwood. Quesadilla. Quesadilla? Good old Quesadilla, guys. Oh, that in the distance over there? Hang on. That, you mean? Does that look like a Sweet Roll? It kind of does. Let's go investigate Sweet Roll Mountain, guys. No! The walls covered it up. We got too close and the wall appeared. It rendered. What is this meant to be right here? I don't know. Alright, well, we tried. I must save. Because the last thing I want right now after having gotten that is to have the game crash, right? Steal the mountain? I wish. I'm not that good. I'm gonna go to Valenwood. Let's go to Eldenroot. Why not? I like Eldenroot. You have arrived in the city-state of Eldenroot in Valenwood Province. The date is Tertus, 24th of Evening Star in the year 390 of the Third Era. It took 34 days to reach your goal. You enter Eldenroot, wood elven city near the center of Valenwood. The elves here seem friendly, and you're hailed in welcome. You overhear that the city-state's commerce is going well. Okay, cool. So I guess we have to ask around. It's nighttime, so again, we gotta get our weapon out. Gotta ask around for rumors. Excuse you? Guys, there's spiders! Guys, are you kidding me? Rude. Probably should get some more, potions. Unbelievable. Some more potions while I'm in town. Alright, come on. It's nighttime. I'm looking for a tavern so I can sleep and make it daytime. Instead, I found whatever that is. Ah, here we go. Tavern. It's the Laughing Eagle. Rubbing your hands briskly together, you enter the Laughing Eagle. The fireplace is so grand in the room. In a short time, you feel almost too warm. Alright. Is this the fireplace? This doesn't strike me as a grand fireplace. Who are you? You want to hear gossip? Go talk to the bartender? Okay. Who are you? Not as think as you drink I am. Maybe it's time for a nap? Alright. Hey, you! Any rumors? About some general rumors. There's probably something going on elsewhere in Valenwood, but not here in Eldenroot. I think somebody told me that the innkeepers are useless when it comes to rumors. Fireplace elitist? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Single room. One night. Fine. I do find some aspects of this game, like parts like these, to be a little tedious. For a while. Hang on, what time is it? It is 7:34 in the evening, so let's sleep for 14 hours, I think. We'll sleep for 14 hours. And then it'll be daytime and we can wander around outside. We could see if Eldenroot is anything like Eldenroot in ESO, which I suspect it is not. Oh, this is somebody else's ping pong table room. Alright. Now I'm on the tables. Just dancing on the tables here. Clearly I've had too much to drink. Alright. What's up, man? Who are you? Well, you can call me Sasandra Oakbrook. I'm a mercenary, you know. I move around a lot, but right now I'm working for the Queen doing odd things. Alright, well, speaking of, where's the palace? Northeast of here? Any rumors? How would you like to recover something for a friend of mine? A figure called Flurva. Flurva? Is that Swedish? I don't know how Flurva? Maybe that's what I should have changed. Maybe instead of Liz Online, I should be Flurva Online. That's probably easier for people to pronounce, right? You can find this person at the White Guard. You know, the inn northwest of here. I'm pretty sure you'll be paid nicely. Not you stealing the guard's armor. What? You're not stealing the guard's armor? Well, go for it. Steal all the guard's armor. You working on your pickpocketing? Okay. You. Where is... I guess we're looking for the palace now. Northeast of here? Okay. How about a rumor? Okay, so we're talking about Flurva some more. I'm gonna ignore that. Let's go northeast. Let's go find the queen or whatever. I don't know if that's a good idea or if it's an okay idea. It's an idea, though. I'm just gonna run directly into that wall. Or the monk. We'll run directly into the monk. Apparently you can pass through the people here, except for the monks, who are sturdy. Is this the palace? Your eyes, squinting from the glare of the snow outside, grow accustomed to the gloom of Queen Ulandra's audience chamber. Actually, it's quite bright in here compared to the outdoors. Hello, Wonder Woman. Oh, boy. You ask us for the location of the Elden Grove, birthplace of the sacred first tree. Such knowledge has a price. Over the past year, we have seen our beautiful Valenwood change. Parts have become unsafe for travelers. Others have turned dark and sinister, leaching the very earth blood from the soil. Alarion, greatest of our lore masters, found bodies of our people sucked dry of all fluid. They lay wasted, living dead that had no memories of their former existence. Sadly, they had to be destroyed. 10 of our rangers left to search through Valenwood's forest, hoping for a clue to this mystery. 2 months later, their severed heads were delivered to us by an emissary of someone who calls herself Selene, high priestess of Hegathe, the god of spiders. She delivered to us an ultimatum: surrender Valenwood or die. We are not a fighting people. and have no standing army. We prefer to dwell here amongst the trees and Mother Earth, rejoicing in the commune of the land. We cannot stand against Selene and her spider warriors. I fear an end to my people and our way of life. You seem to be a strong and formidable adventurer. I implore you, put an end to her threat against us. I will inscribe on your map the location her emissary referred to as Selene's Web, site of our supposed surrender. Somewhere in these dark corridors lie the one thing that can safeguard us from her greed. Somewhere in her fortress lies her heart. It is said to be a great jewel into which she has infused her life force. If you bring us this jewel, she would dare not attack us with her life in the balance. If you are successful, we will share with you the sacred knowledge of the Elden Grove. Will you help us? Hey, Yak3D, good to see you. Good afternoon to you. Welcome in. Selene's Web, I know, right? Let's go to Selene's Web. Let's do it. You are truly a compassionate soul. Know this. Know this. Selene's Web lies near the city of Eldenroot. Well, that's where we are. I pray, be careful. She is a powerful sorceress who can source with the undead. I wish thee luck on thy quest. Queen Elandra inscribes the location of Selene's Web onto your map. Alright. Well, that actually worked pretty well, because last time we were looking for the location or something, we wandered forever and ever and ever to get the rumor. And this time, maybe I'm just, like, thinking a little bit better. Maybe the clue was better? I don't know. I guess if you don't know enough about the lore, like if you went into this blindly and were just told to go to one of the 3 locations with elves and ask around, maybe you wouldn't choose Valenwood, maybe you'd choose, I don't know, Morrowind. If you're in Morrowind, you might be asking for like a month before you get a rumor of to go to Valenwood. So, I don't know. Let's check our inventory. I want to make sure I have enough potions for what's to come. We did get quite a few health potions before. I think we got like 50 or something. We still have 50 of those. We got 1 cure disease potion, 7 free action, 10 invisibility potions. And 2 of the staff pieces. I feel like maybe we can get another cure disease at least. Maybe a few more free actions. Selene's Web, if there's spiders, I imagine the free actions will be useful because that helps you against paralysis. So let's ask around and see if we can find the Mages Guild, which is where you buy potions here. Hey, you! Where is the Mages Guild? To the south. Okay, thanks. To the south. To the south. Luckily, there's only 1 Mages Guild in any of these cities, and they tend to stand out a little bit. Hey, Aldo. Good to see you. Welcome in. How are you today? Happy New Year. Everything's to the south. I know. Hey, who are you? Well, you can call me Elisir Bluebrook. I'm a mercenary. Okay. Where is the Mages Guild? Elisir? Northwest. Oh, okay, so we went too far. We went too far. Let's try, like, this row. Doing alright? How am I? I'm alright, thank you. I appreciate you asking. I'm having a good day. Making some progress on my New Year's resolutions, which makes me feel good. I'm making chili for dinner tonight, which I'm happy about. And we're doing well in this game. We're making some good progress. Hey, you! Where is the Mages Guild? Click on the... Oh my god, click. Oh, thank you. Okay, so they just told it... They just put it on our map like a good person would. Okay, so we're just gonna go east and north. Just a little bit further. We hit the jackpot with that random person. This is it here. Okay. Great. I bet you if we asked this person here, where's the Mages Guild, which is this building right here, they'd be like, I don't know. Where is the Mages Guild? Oh, never mind. They put it on my map too. I feel bad now. Hey, thank you very much for that follow. We're having a good day. It's the giant weird building I walked by 3 times? Hey now. Yeah, you're not wrong. Where's the entrance though? Ah. Listen, dude. Alright. The white dust in the Mages Guild is not as deep as the snow outside, but it is so omnipresent that all the arcane relics within seem to be covered in a thin shroud. It is almost soundless chamber, with only an occasional sigh from the pot of boiling liquid on the fire. Slowly, warmth creeps back into your chilled body. Cool. Or the opposite of cool, because warmth. But you know. All right, look for a wizard. Pointy hat, staff. You. Hi. This looks like a Bart, like a line graph to his left, right? I want to buy potions, please. We want potions of free action. What does a potion of purification do? I'm not really sure. Uh-oh, my chat's acting up again. Let's get 10 of these. Alright, the wizard says, that potion of free action is one of my faves. One of my faves, made it myself. Labored over all day. It's very practical. Be happy to sell it for you for a mere 1,500 gold. How about instead of 1,500 gold? How would you feel about, I don't know, 1,350? 1,375, I'm feeling generous. He says, I'm interested, but I'll need at least 1,437. Okay, that's fine. Great. Good to go. Off to Selene's web, guys. We are off to Selene's web. I'm excited. I'm just gonna save real fast in case it crashes as we travel or something. Kindly waiteth, it says. Okay, so we're in Valenwood. We need to find Selene's web, which is right there! How convenient! It'll take two days to travel there, so it's not entirely convenient, but that's better than, like, a 300-day trip across the map, right? I don't know. Sit up straight. Like my shoulders are, like, unhappy with me. Seriously? We're already having things growling at us? Settle down. Okay, so I'm gonna save the game now that we're here again. We're here in Selene's web. And we're looking for Selene's heart, which is a jewel. Get my swinging arm ready here. Let's see. We're gonna go south. Okay, it says this dank moldy corridor leads into Selene's web. The smell of wet earth lingers in the air. It's my favorite smell. Actually, I don't mind the smell of wet earth. So we don't really know where we're going. So we're just gonna wander. See what happens. Room with a whole bunch of stuff in it. Okay, so we hear wolves. Sir Motorman says, LOL, I just snuck up to a bandit and tried talking to him and he was like, is someone there? That's about right. That's Skyrim for it. Hey, it's an orc. Or it was. Bye, orc. Okay, in theory, Larry is banning weapons. Okay. The growling is freaking me out a bit, I gotta say. Let's unequip our weapon. Alright. There we go. Ready to go. Ready to go. I'm gonna punch you in the face. I'll punch you till you're dead. You too. Kapow! My fists are weaponless, Larry. How do you feel about that? The orc has nothing. Nothing useful. A useless orc. What a useless orc, guys. Why am I OP? I don't know. This game is weird and unbalanced. But fun. I hope you guys are having fun. I'm really having a heck of a good time. Wandering. Is this the exit again? Did we just exit the game? Or we did. We just exited the dungeon. Cool. Get me out of the map. We found our way right back to the entrance. Let's try this way. What's in here? Darkness. Lots of darkness. I think you found the blacksmith's juice? That must be it. Maybe that's the potion? The potion that we got from the mage? The mage sells steroids. Okay, there was something back that way that was coming at me. It's a wolf. I'm gonna punch this wolf. Punch it till it's dead. There's another wolf. Making wolf noises. Okay. Let's go this way now. I'm trying to aim maybe, I don't know, southwest a bit? I don't know which way I'm going. I'm gonna save. Because we are making progress. What is this noise? What is that noise? One punching wolves? Yeah, I know. I'm just so good. I don't know what that noise was. What is this? What is this? And is it hissing at me, or is that a spider? I don't know what this could be. It looks like a... flag? Like a... I don't know. I'm going this way. Let me up there! This looks exactly like Selene's web from my recollections of Elder Scrolls Online, by the way. I'll punch the spider. No, I'm not. I'm gonna drown. Which is exactly the same as punching a spider. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Hey, stop it! Rude. I'm gonna use my potion of levitation. My helm of levitation. And I'm also gonna use my potion of heal true. Coming for these spiders, man. I don't know why, but I feel like we need to kill the spiders. That's dead already. Alright, I still hear hissing though, so there's another spider somewhere. Do you guys see a spider? Probably standing on it. Alright, I don't know where the spider is. Can I loot this pile, please, or can I not loot while I'm bouncing? Can't loot. I can't levitate and loot simultaneously. Oh, there we go. I got a random potion. Just loot over here. Okay. Here's a spider. There's two spiders. Here's a spider also. Spiders everywhere. I've been paralyzed? I don't think so, buddy. Let's do the free action. Oh, I should try the invisibility potion. Alright, so we're over here. The spider can't get me over here. So let's do another heal. And let's go this way. We're gonna leave the spiders alone. We're gonna go toward whatever the heck that... Ah! Where did this guy come from? I don't know what he's doing either. I'm just gonna leave him there. Oh, that's a vine. I guess I don't need to punch the vine. Pow! Guys, I think I might be Batman. Hey! Stop that! Stop it! Stop it right now! kind of want to heal here, but I'm worried that if I try healing here, I won't be able to. Let's try just jumping up this way. Up into this little crevice. See if I can take a little nap on this location here. I can not jump to... Oh my god, I can't just stay in one spot. I'm trying to land on this cell right here. Think you help me by banning weapons? Maybe. Such a nice guy, Larry. Always trying to help. I can't get up here. Alright, well... maybe I'll just take a nap right here. There are enemies nearby. It's a ghost! Ah!
You were a fool to confront me.
There you go, Larry.
Now have paid the ultimate price. Even now, my servants go to fetch your mortal husk. Well through my years as Emperor. Once I have made you undead, perhaps I will even let you retain some of your memories, so that the price of your failure has meaning to you.
It's harsh, dude. When did I last save? Okay. So I don't really know where we're going. The death scene's obnoxious. I skip it sometimes, but every now and then I just want to drink some coffee and let it talk for a second. We've decided that he looks like Nick Cage. Guess I'm heading toward the sound of bells. Before you lies a small area surrounded by water. Something glitters on the stones of one island. Okay, so maybe I was in the right place. Punching all the spiders to death. We just gotta figure out which of these islands is the right one. I'm gonna use the Helm of Levitation again. I'm also gonna use the Steel Buckler of Spell, whatever. Just because I feel like I didn't have it activated, maybe? And then I got killed by something. For no reason. Just die! Spiders. I'm gonna take a Heal True potion. It's like a greater healing. Alright. We're looking for something glistening. Hey, stop that. I feel like this spider is attacking me with a sword, perhaps. That was what that sound was. Are they all alive? I still hear the hissing sound of a spider. Larry says, speaking of Nick Cage, I heard his latest movie is good. What is his latest movie? I don't follow Nick Cage. I don't know what his stuff's about. I hear Boobabe. Boobabe, hey. How you doing? We're punching spiders. Yeah, I don't hear any more spiders. Oh, there's a spider. Do a save. Renfield? Oh, is that the movie? Oh, here's a key. I found a gold key. I don't know what it's for. So we'll find out. It's called Dream Scenario? The movie? Okay. What's it about, if you know? Speaking of movies, anybody who hasn't seen this already, we are doing we're doing a movie night in Discord this upcoming Sunday. We're gonna watch The Accountant. The Accountant. I'm looking forward to it because I haven't seen it before, and I've heard it's good. We're gonna go this way. Get out of there. Ah! Gosh, where are these guys coming from?
You were a fool!
Settle down, Nick Cage. Larry says, a family man finds his life turned upside down when millions of strangers suddenly start seeing him in their dreams. That's weird. However, when his nighttime appearances take a nightmarish turn, he's forced to navigate the consequences of his newfound stardom. That's really interesting. Huh. Action unbanned. Action unbanned. I can use my weapon again. Awesome. Okay, so we're still here. We still have... I don't have the key yet, I guess. To get the key. I am going to equip a weapon, though. Now that I'm allowed to. Although, as we've discovered, I was doing pretty good without the weapon, so I was probably... Now I'll probably do very poorly. Okay. I have 2 weapons. Left and the right. Die. Oh, here's the key. We don't know what the key is to. It's also very hard to click. Got it. Saving here. Saving with the key. So I don't have to struggle to click on that again. See if I can just camp until healed. Hey, where'd you come from? Stop it. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where we're meant to go now that we have a key. We had a bell kind of rung, or gong or something, and encouraged me to go this way. So maybe I'll hear another gong if I keep wandering about. I think it was along this wall where the exit, the path was. It was here where it says you see a small area with water. Okay, so we got that. Look at our map. It does look like there's a door over here, though. Okay. Let's go this way and then south if we can. We do have a... Oh, hang on, you. What the heck? What kind of noise is that? That's not a normal spider noise. Oh, maybe it's not a spider. This noise you're hearing is probably... I don't know. What do you think that actually sounds like? It doesn't sound to me like any natural creature. Nothing here does it? Ah! Skeleton! Maybe that's the noise a skeleton makes. Hey, Ninja, how are you? Good to see you. Happy New Year! How you feeling? How's your, are you symptom-free? Symptom-free? I hope so. Hope you're doing well. Ah! Those are orcs, of course. I mean, I think it's obvious. Hey. We've had an amulet. Maybe that's worth some gold. Yeah, for most part, got over sickness. Cool. Glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. We are in Selene's Web. I don't know. Have you ever played Elder Scrolls Online? So, Selene's Web is a dungeon in Elder Scrolls Online. It seems like quite a few of the locations in this game are found in other Elder Scrolls games. So it's kind of fun to be exploring somewhere different, you know, exploring somewhere with the same name, but just like a different feel to it, I guess, because this is completely unlike Selene's Web in Elder Scrolls Online, which I feel like I just keep saying. Where's the... Am I up in the corner? I thought if I could jump up here, maybe I could take a nap on this little pedestal here and get my health all the way up. Alright. Do a save. We're trying to find a jewel of some sort so that we can get the location of the next piece of the Staff of Chaos. Oh, we got combat music. Thanks, Booba. See if I find anything to kill. I hear breathing. The breathing is spiders. God, these walls are hard to look at, aren't they? They kind of look... Sometimes I can't tell if there's like an alcove or something. Okay. Oh, God! It's a wolf. Is it quiet for you guys? Does that need to be louder, the combat music? It's quiet for me. It shouldn't be that quiet. I feel like it was louder yesterday for some reason. I don't think I made any changes to audio settings at all. Longsword's broken. Uh-oh. We gotta start using our fist again, which is totally appropriate for this music. It is a bit low? Okay, I'll make an adjustment. I will adjust it between streams. Do I have another weapon I can use? I have a short bow. I thought I picked up a longbow, but I guess that was before I died. Let's do... I guess we'll do the short bow. Problem with this, of course, is I don't get to wear the buckler anymore. Oh boy. How goofy. How goofy is that? Let's see if I can find another weapon from among the bones, the scattered remains of all the people and creatures I'm killing. Okay, so I still have the key. Don't know quite where to take the key. I was hoping that because there's this island location. We came from this direction because we walked across. The wolves were here. We walked across. Let's go this way. This is a maze. There's no door there. Water. Come on. Maybe we'll hear the sound of a gong again to signal that we're heading in the right direction. Okay, killed that thing. See if he has any loot. Nothing. What a useless skeleton, guys. Ah! Gosh, there's so many of them. Why? Stop. Oh, good. Got some experience. Okay, so we have 6 points we can allocate. I keep forgetting which ones to put points into. I'm going to put another point into agility, because I think the round numbers are better. Yeah. Wind! Hi!
Happy New Year, Liz.
Happy New Year to you as well. How are you today? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the 3 months of support. That means a lot. I hope you're doing well. I feel like you resubscribed like last week or something. I don't know how that works. Twitch is so funny, but thank you very much. Enjoy your ad review, your emotes, your increased channel point redemption, all that. Not redemption, that's not the right word. You know what I mean. How are you? Welcome in. Booba says, are these caves random each time you enter? They remain the same no matter what when you return. So the dungeon is the same for like the main quest dungeon maps. Like those are fixed. However, there are a whole bunch of other random dungeons you go into that I think are like randomly generated, but I could be wrong. I mean, I'm by no means an expert on this game. I mean, I know that shocks you to hear that I'm not an expert in this game. All the things. Yeah, exactly. All the things. Enjoy all the things. Do you have any New Year's resolutions? Uh-oh, I have to distribute all my... Okay, hang on. I got 5 more points. No way? Yes way? I'm confused. Speed is useful. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know everything. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Alright. We have a key. We have to find where to use it. I'm gonna save it here. Because we just leveled up. I don't want to have to do that again. We are in Selene's web. We are looking for a key. I could also use a weapon if we happen to find one. Because I broke my... Uh-oh. Broke my longsword, and now I'm using a bow, which I apparently managed to drop or something? Where the heck's my bow? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, the short bow broke too! Uh-oh. Can I use a staff? I guess I'm using a staff now. I'm breaking all of my stuff. You have intentions, not resolutions. Gives me flexibility. I won't beat myself up if I can't achieve them. Yeah, I like that. I was talking, Foxwalks was saying something just like that. Which I think is a great approach. A really, a good approach. I think it's important to be forgiving with yourself when you're setting goals. I mean, it's nice to have a goal, but you have to give yourself some wiggle room because, you can't control everything, and everyone's allowed to have off days and all that stuff. Ninja, enjoy your lurk. Go stretch your legs. Enjoy your side quest. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right, I've got a pole or something, I guess. All right, ready for action. Need to wallop somebody with this thing. Ah! I hit these spiders. I guess it's not a magical staff. It's like a quarter staff. Nothing. The spiders are not holding on to weapons, which I guess makes sense. This wall looks different. I'll do another healing potion. We are looking for... golly, where might this place be? Map here. I feel like I'm just rhyming. Golly, where might this place be? Alright, do you guys know anybody in real life who says golly? Hey! Alright, we're being attacked by a wolf, I guess. Couldn't tell you where it is. Oh, it's there. We killed it. You're beating up the spiders with a staff? Yeah, absolutely. Is there a better option? I keep breaking my weapons. I've broken... in this dungeon, I broke my sword and my bow. So, staff it is. This says mating... I'm sorry. Did that say mating dens? No light or noise. Are we meant to be very quiet here? The mating den? What is this? Golly gee. Yak 3D says actually yes, but he's from Georgia. Fair enough. I guess we're going to the mating dens. What happens if we make a lot of noise and bring light with us? Clunk, clunk, clunk. Clunk. Oh. These are the sounds of mating, I guess? I've been paralyzed! Oh no! Oh no! Free action. Ah! Heal. Heal. Kill all- I've been paralyzed again! No! This is not ideal. There's a lot of- I guess I was warned. That this place was, perhaps bad. Paralyzed again. Use all of my free action potions right here. Alright, spiders have nothing useful. This is the spider mating room. And we found it. We found it, because that's what we thought was a good idea for some reason. I guess I'll save. That was scary. That was scary. I almost died. It's the worst moment of my life. Right there. I guess if that's the worst moment of my life, things are going pretty well, right? It is super dark in here. Where's that hissing spider? Clunk, clunk, clunk. Okay, so this is probably not where I'm meant to be, but there's loot. Heck yeah. Gold and a potion, I'll take it. Just hoping for a longsword, but this is better than nothing. Walking into a wall. Alright, let's get out of here. Let's go this way. The other room of the mating den? Karma says, spiders don't need more weapons. They are already so well armed. That's clever. I like it. Booba says, does the staff shoot icicles or fireballs? No, it's like a quarter staff. It's a stick. It's what I'm understanding at least. I'm gonna go over here and heal. Surely enemies can't get me here. Boobo says Nick Cage. Boobo is expecting my death, my imminent demise. That sounds about right. Am I paralyzed? I can't seem to move. Just gonna spin in a circle and swing this about madly. spiders everywhere. Loot. I keep trying to press R to, like, loot all. It is not a choice. Maybe this is just what I'll do for the length of being here, is I'll just walk around swinging this about. Just in case. Okay, so that was why we came in. Let's go to this direction where there's another staff. Okay, the breathing is a bit much, spiders. Let's settle down, alright? We are here. We'll go north. We'll continue into this part of the mating den. Oh, we're gonna die. There's Nick Cage for you.
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price. Even now, my servants go to fetch your mortal husk. You will serve me well through my years as Emperor. Once I have made you undead, perhaps I will even let you retain some of your memories. So the price of your failure has meaning to you.
Thanks. Thanks, Booba. Thanks for the rip. Load saved game. Alright, where are we? We gotta be close to where we were. Let's see if I can just heal. Enemies nearby. Ah! Dude, what are you doing in the spider's mating room? It's weird. What am I doing in the spider's mating room? Just here to observe. Don't mind me. Ah, battle axe! Score. Thunder Goose is here. WASD. E-lady. Nice to see you. How are you? Happy New Year. I hope you're doing well. Where's that battle axe I just picked up? Did you guys see it? Did I scroll right past it? Did I not actually pick it up? Am I blind? You guess he breeds spiders? That must be it. Must be blind. Play Helm Buckler Spell Reflections. Put that back on. No. Bracer's ring, bracelet, blah 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 blah. Maybe I didn't pick it up. I'm gonna correct that because I need that axe. And find the pile of gold again. Oh, I didn't take it. The item will encumber me? I don't care. Let me drop something. Yeah, it's gonna be the same as last year. Oh, fair enough. Well, I hope last year was good overall. Drop this. Drop. What else can I drop? Probably need to get more strength so that I can carry stuff. Alright, I have to drop something else. Greaves, boots, cuirass, pauldron, helmets, gauntlets, pants, shoes, chest, shoulders, hands, helm. Let's drop that. No room to... Oh, this game. This game. Drop. I guess you can't move at all when encumbered in the first 4 Elder Scrolls games. It's the same in Oblivion. Really? Okay. Huh. Just give me the battle axe. Alright. Now, perhaps we are ready for combat? No, not the steel helm. The battle axe, please. I can't use... Is this a two-handed weapon? It doesn't look like it. This does not look like a two-handed weapon, guys. Alright, well, it is what it is, right? I don't know why we're hanging out in the spider's mating grounds. Seems like a weird place to be, but we've made our decision. It's what we're doing. Gold potion. I don't want the pauldron. Don't breathe on me. It's rude. Spider. Spider's hanging out right there. Guess we killed it. We killed something. I kind of walk backwards. Okay, I'm paralyzed. I'm gonna press G to use the free action, which unparalyzes me, and G again to get the heal. Am I paralyzed again? You gotta be kidding me. It's not letting me swing an axe at all. I'm literally using my free action. It's not letting me. It's not working. Okay. There's more spiders in here. Hate the sound of the spiders. Okay, so I think we've decided that this was a wasteless little endeavor going this way. Let's go north into here, and then to the left and north again. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Excuse me. And then from here, I think we're going to just try to work our way kind of in this general direction, see where it goes. Thank you, Booba, I appreciate it. I'm stuck. Probably under attack. I don't want to use a health potion. I'd rather just use my healing potion. I'm sorry, I'd rather sleep is what I'm trying to say. My map look like? We've already been in this room, so I definitely want to go this way. If any of these choices is right, it might be this one. Watch, this will be a dead end too, though. I'm paralyzed. Perfect. Alright. I'm just waiting for death. Alright. I think I'm gonna take a quick break and run to the restroom again, and then come back and we'll see if we could figure out where the heck we need to go in Selene's web. So stay tuned. I'm gonna run some ads to get them out of the way so we don't get interruptions. And I will see you shortly. Thanks. Hello, I'm back. Sorry that took a little bit longer than I meant it to. I was checking on Chaco. He was barking at our neighbor's dog. Our neighbor's dog is like so well behaved compared to Chaco. I feel bad. I feel bad about it. Oh well. Epic BRB music, thanks. Yeah, it's a playlist. It's got a bunch of music from Epidemic Sound. I've got a try to find stuff that's kind of like fantasy themed. I don't know. Hey King, how are you? Welcome in. Good to see you, friend. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Let's get back to the game. We are in Selene's web. And let's see if we can survive it. Odds aren't great, but they're okay. They're okay. We're here. We're doing things. We did just die. Now we're here. I got a battle axe. I'm gonna take a healing potion. I'll look at my map again and maybe formulate a plan. I wish I knew where I was meant to go. Because we are currently exploring some spiders' mating grounds. Seems like a bad idea, and I'm wondering if that's just the complete wrong place to be. Entrance was here. I mean, oh god. I feel like I do kind of want to be in this area. Can't go further east. We've sort of explored this area. We have a key. We don't know where the door is for the key. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Sophie, welcome back. Sophie says, my neighbors have 2 super vocal sausage dogs. They always seem really embarrassed when the dogs bark at anything. At everything. Yeah. I mean, I feel bad about it because there's some people in our neighborhood who are just so... They have their dogs so well trained. So well trained. And ours are not super well trained. I think part of it is laziness because Cider is just like this perfect angel of a dog who occasionally barks but is really chill otherwise. And she's tiny, so I can just always pick her up and just take her somewhere. You know? Chaco is a maniac, and I don't feel like I've done a very good job training him with stuff like that, but in some ways he's very good. Like, if I tell him to come to me, he comes to me. If I tell him to sit, he'll sit. You know, things like that. He's good at. Telling him to, you know, just like settle down and relax doesn't really work very well, and his leash manners are atrocious, so something we're working on. Happy New Year, King, yeah. Spider mating ground is the absolute wrong place to be. Yeah, you're not wrong. Spider mating grounds, pogs, yeah. Put that mating ground in the bin. Alright, well, I don't know if we have to navigate through here, though, to get to where we need to be. I can't seem to get past this one spot right here. There's probably something right there trying to kill me. I can't see it. It's a spider. Oh, it's multiple spiders. Spiders are hissing away, doing their thing. Found some gold. The spiders, it's the mating ground for spiders. It's where they store their loot. Okay, there's nothing in here except for dead spiders. So this is not the right place to be. Look at my map again. Okay, so we've decided. Okay, if I go back this way into this branch of the mating ground, I can go north. Let's try that. Get me out of here. Alright, now where do I want to go? Let's just go east. I don't think I want to be in the mating grounds anymore. I want to be not in the mating grounds. I don't know if I ever wanted to be in the mating grounds, but I chose that for some reason. To be fair, I didn't say spider mating grounds. It just said mating grounds. And I was intrigued. I'm only human. What do you want from me? Alright, what's in here? Spiders! Yeah, that makes sense. Spiders! I guess if you're in a dungeon called something web, Selene's web in this case, you should expect spiders, right? I think it's only fair to anticipate spiders. And we got spiders in the walls here, probably? Here's a true story, guys. Once upon a time, I lived in an 18th century log cabin. Like 7 or 8 months, 10 months. It wasn't the full year of the lease because my landlord let me break the lease in order to buy my first house, which was nice of him. There were literal snakes in the walls. Literal snakes in the walls. Ah! Sorry, wolf. The door opening sounds like a Pokemon. I don't know anything about that. But I believe you. Maybe it's over here? Let's go, let's check out this area if we can. North? Venomous? What type of snakes? Venomous? I have no idea. Probably not. Probably not, but when you have snakes in the walls, it doesn't really matter if they're venomous or not, because you imagine them to be. You imagine them like pythons and stuff. Strangling you to death in your sleep. You got some wolf noises. There's a wolf. Found you, wolf. Don't you wolf at me. Alright, let's sleep here. Can't sleep here. Save here. We've made some progress. We've escaped the mating area. No. Hey, there's a wolf. Oh, I was hoping maybe I hit him once and he died. Maybe the door damaged him. I don't know. Spider! Do I have a mod available? Thank you, Madish. Is Madish the best or is Madish the best? I was, you know, they did have Sparrow in their name, so I was feeling kind of kind toward them. This is a sparrow, guys. Let's see here. Can I oh! Ow? Where am I? This is the entrance again, isn't it? I'm just gonna sleep here if I can. I'm healed! It's a miracle! Game saved. Alright. Where are we? Here. We've explored all of this. This is where we found the key to the south. Let's see, we kind of... I feel like we've kind of gone through all of this area, though. By now, I feel like I guess this is where we're going, right? It's got to be over here. So I'll go this way and then that way. That's the plan. Hear the wolves. They're coming for me. Ah! Or the spider. Hear the doors opening. I assume that's spiders opening doors, as spiders tend to. Uh-oh, I've slowed the game speed by mistake. Let's make it faster. I don't know. Got buttons on the side of my mouse, and sometimes that does stuff. King says, I was volunteering on a farm not too long ago. I slept in this earth hut. This was in Georgia, summertime, so all kind of animals are out. Anyway, I woke up one morning and stepped out the door, and a black snake literally fell on my head. No. And I don't mind snakes, generally. I don't like that. As you understand from my last story, I don't like them in the walls. Like, if I see them, I don't mind them, but I like my snakes where I can see them. You know? Because you can, you know what they're up to. I found out later was going after the mice that camped out around the earth hut. I mean, that makes sense. I once cuddled up with a copperhead through a tent floor while I was on an army exercise. We were camping in southwestern Virginia somewhere, and I set up a tent. And the next morning I was unpacking, I was putting my tent away, and there was a copperhead, like, basically right where I was sleeping, so I assume it was using my body for warmth, which I'm not a fan of. To be fair, I wasn't the only person in the tent, so maybe they weren't using my body for warmth, they were using somebody else's body for warmth. Either way, and to be fair, Am I 100% certain it was a copperhead? No, there are other snakes that have similar markings, and I didn't stick around to examine it. But it did have the colors and the bands and everything. It looked like a copperhead to me. And I was like, I'm out of here. Not a fan. Not a fan of that, thank you. We're gonna go this way to the west. Is this right? I mean, I say is this right as though there's any indication on the map that I'm going the right direction. I have no idea. Oh! Okay, we hear the gong again. Or the bell, or whatever that is. Which signaled to us that we were going the right way before. So far, it's all audio clues, right? We got a ghost coming. Magic ghost! Magic ghost! Did I kill it? I have no idea. No, we still got, it's kind of like a shade. We're just basically attacking a shadow. Is it dead now? Who could tell? Who can say? What is this? Is this right? Oh boy. Okay, I need to heal. Life-altering cuddles, yeah. Poor Brandel. Right back at you, buddy. Is this the right way? So we heard the chiming of the bell. There's a door there. I'm just wandering now. Let me look at the map. I think we were here-ish when we heard the bells, and so I feel like I've probably gone too far at this point. Now I'm up here, I kind of want to see what's in this area. Because I don't want to have to backtrack. Spiders, get her! What? Are you not on my side? Google Bay. Are you working against me here? Use all of my healing potions. I didn't open that door. Ah! Very dexterous spider. And other children's tales. 10 out of 10, kitty. Alright. Okay, so this is wrong. Okay, so we're gonna go back this direction. And if I understood how the passing through the walls thing worked, I would do that, but I don't. It doesn't seem to work ever. So let's go back to where we heard the gong noise and see where it takes us. It's gotta take us to wherever the key is meant to go. And then hopefully we get the ruby thingamajig. I don't know what's hissing at me now. It's a spider, of course. Dang it. Alright. Alright, so we're in the right place now, perhaps. Everything's making noises at us. Where are we? So we're over here. Are we back down to the spider's mating area? Of course. If we had just continued through this door, perhaps we'd be right where we are now. Alright. Why? There's so many spiders here. And why can't I kill them? And why do I keep making the game slower? The map is so hard to read for you. It's hard to read altogether. I could show you the map more slowly so you can examine it. So the red dots are doors. The gray lines are like passageways. The brown are walls. Blue is water. This green door is the entrance. So we came through the entrance, and now we went this way and then this way. And now we're over here where the yellow little arrow is. It's not great. It's not a great map, I won't lie to you. It's not super helpful to me. I find like it could definitely use I wouldn't say no to quest markers. Let me just say that. I feel like this is being weird and slow now. Did I game speed faster? Is that better? Okay, so now we're just down by the spider painting areas again. I'm paralyzed, but the spiders get dead, so maybe it's fine. King says, I need a bachelor's degree in whatever that is to understand. A bachelor's degree in retro gaming. Let's see if this wears off. I don't know if this wears off at some point. The paralysis. Okay, I think it did something. I think I saw something flicker. Okay, so this could be the right way? We just kind of back to where we were? We've been through here. I guess we haven't been this way. To the south of here. We've definitely been this way. I might have to pull up a map, you guys. Like an actual map. Well, to be fair, it's this map. It would be this map again, but it would have like directions on it. Would tell me where I'm supposed to be heading. Because I feel like we've pretty thoroughly explored this place. Like, I guess there's rooms over here. And there are some rooms in here. We haven't been into all of them. Been into all of these. We haven't been down this way. I don't know how we were meant to get there. So let's say we go back into the room with the pool and go west a couple times and see where that takes us, right? Maybe we can go south from here. There's nothing here, right? Okay, see, I was expecting there to be something here, but perhaps there isn't. This is probably just all solid wall. Okay. Can I go further west or south? Can I go further east? Okay, so we got some rooms over here we could still explore. Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys care if I pull up a map and see where I'm actually meant to go? Does that ruin it for you? All the fun? We did that yesterday with Labyrinthian because it was just, I mean, as expected, a labyrinth. Today is what? Tuesday? Today's Tuesday, right? Fully healed. Go for it? Alright, cool. Booba says, this is all too confusing, just leave the dungeon and enter again. Maybe. Okay. Bear with me while I do some Googling. Enjoy the background. You know, here. Pull up my just chatting scene so I can Google without having to worry about accidentally doxing myself with my internet tabs. You guys can look at Cider, being super cute, doing her thing. She's curled up. Curled up here. I'll even put the pup cam. I don't know if that makes... Should make her face bigger. A little bigger. Okay. Selene's Web Map Arena instead of ESO. Just need a map. Please. Okay. Okie dokie. So I have... Let's see. I pulled up this map. My second browser. Uh-oh, everything's paused. Uh-oh, it looks to me like everything broke in the middle of my transition, so I'm just gonna give everything a second here to settle the heck down. Alright. So here's where we're meant to go. This little blue dot here. This is where we got the key. And it turns out, so these are like the little spider mating areas. So we were pretty close to it. And this is where we were hearing all the dinging noises. So that's fun. All right. So let's bring, and as you can see, this is taking us to the second floor because there's a second story as well, which I was not prepared for. So let's get back into the game and see where we go. See if we can get to that place. Continue. I'm glad we did that because it's like, God, would we have ever found that? It's here, I guess, is where we're going. We have to get to this spot, and we are currently here. So we're gonna go, I guess, northish if we can. Get going. Here we go. That's not north, that's east. This is north. Uh-oh. Here's north. Okay, yeah. So somewhere along here is a door. Here. This is the right way, okay. Oddly, this small hang on. Oddly, this small passage bears marks in heavy use. Alright, so these are the sort of clues you get as you're navigating at places like this. They tend to give you, like, little noises or... hi, it's a ghost. His name is Carlos. Alright. Gold. Ebony helm, that's 30k gold. Nope, we gotta drop something, because I need that gold. What should we drop? The staff. The helm. Okay. Let's try again. Ebony helm, please. I'll take the potion too. It's fine. Okay. So this isn't the right room. Does gold weigh? Uh-oh. I've never noticed that. We might need to put some more points into strength when we can so that we can carry more. Because it does seem like I'm running into a lot of issues with every dungeon I'm in, carrying just my kit itself with some extra stuff. You don't think so? Okay. I haven't noticed. I don't know where you saw that. Okay, here it is. This is the door. So we're gonna go out of this room, left, and then just follow to the ending, and then go up. It's probably gonna be something attacking me right here just to keep things interesting. Okay, so we'll go end of the hall. You see a door with a golden lock. I mean, it's not really golden to me, but I do have a golden key. You open the door with the gold key. Oh yeah. Alright. Okay. Oh, that's welcoming. That's what you want to see. Let's call this Selene's Web 2 for the second floor. Suggestion was to keep multiple saves of generally the same location you're in so that you don't get totally screwed if one save file is broken. Okay, so our map is reset. It looks like this. It's Should we wander for a bit and see if we can find... Let's just wander. We'll give it a few minutes of wandering before I give in and then look at the map. I guess I have to go into the pit. Into the pit. I'm already being attacked or something. This is fine. This is what I want. It's so hard to get out of the pit. That's the problem. It's really hard to actually face like a cardinal direction, which is what you need to do in order to get out of pits in this game. Wonder Woman? Is this a door? This isn't a door, is it? Oh, it looks like a door. Guess not. I hate this place. Wonder Woman? Oh, not Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman. Let's go over here, maybe. Let's go kind of southeast. God, that's a really comforting noise. You know, whatever. Let's just... This place is awful. Are all the rooms just connected by pits? Are there no actual doors in this place? I don't see any doors. Let's go back into the pit and then go south, I guess. Stop it. Die, spider scum, I guess. I don't know. Let's try this way. You know what? I looked at the map really, really briefly on the one that we found online, but I didn't memorize where we're supposed to go, and I don't think I've registered even where the path was taking me. I was so focused on the first floor. Let's do a little save here, because we're making some progress. Save every few feet. So I think we're like, I'm gonna sneeze again, hang on. I thought I was fine for a second, that I wasn't gonna sneeze, and then I did. Are there no repair tools in this game for weapons? You can take your weapon to a blacksmith, and they'll repair it for a fee. And it takes time for them to repair it. But it's like, it just takes a while. It's like, oh, I'll have this for you in 50 days. You're like, what? Are you kidding me, man? And then you could say how much to get it faster, and then they'll charge you more. Hey, Neff, welcome in. Good to see you, friend. Skyrim tips, saving often. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Happy New Year. All right, we got this. I think I'm gonna take another potion. Or I'll sleep if it'll let me. Okay, I guess it won't let me. I need to find somewhere elevated or alone where I can I want to sleep in the middle of the hallway here. Okay, I woke up. I sleep for until I'm healed, please. There are enemies nearby. Booba says Oblivion has repair hammers that you can carry and fix weapons and armors on the go. I mean, that would be super useful. I don't know if that's existing in— It's a lizard man! Oh, we killed him. I don't know if that exists in this game. It'd be cool if it did. Oh, there's lava in this map. Okay. Let's go north to here and then east, perhaps? East. Lava seems important for some reason. Oh, there's more lava this way. Hi. Oh no, I'm paralyzed. Hang on. Free action. Heal. True. Great. Uh-oh. Weapon. It's gonna paralyze me again by the time I get my weapon. Oh, there's another one. Hang on. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Why are there so many spiders? Go away! Danger training area? I don't know if I want to be in there. Neff says Elder Scrolls 1. Doom. It does kind of feel like that, doesn't it? I don't know if I've ever actually played Doom. I think maybe I have just a little bit, but more. I know one of my friend's dads had it growing up. And I know I've seen him play it, but I don't know if I was supposed to, because it strikes me as like a violent sort of game. All right, we're going into this training area for some reason. We went into the mating area last time, and now we're going into the training area this time because... I don't know. Adventure. Adventure! Bring me cage, says Booba. Booba! Ah! God, is the training areas just nothing but spiders? Are there spiders training in here? It's the spider training grounds. That's concerning. Oh boy, there's a lot of them. I like that the doors. Oh god, why? There's so many! I'm paralyzed. Hang on. Oh, there's...
You were a fool to confront me, and
there you
now
go.
have paid the ultimate price.
Thanks,
Even
Booba.
now, my servants go to fetch your mortal husk. You will serve me well through my years as Emperor. Once I have made you undead.
Alright.
I will even let you
That's enough. Settle down. You played Doom 64, it was good, was it? Oh, okay. I have not. I don't know if I ever will. I somehow doubt it. It doesn't... I don't think it appeals to me. Then again, I'm playing this. Maybe it does appeal to me. We're gonna go north. Kind of back to where we were, perhaps. I don't know if that was the right place to be, but it seemed like it was a place to be. Something. Oh god, we died again. Oh, tell me I clicked... Oh, nope, I clicked the wrong save file. Load. Let's not go back to Stone Keep, that's what we need. Thanks, Booba. Alright, hang on. Hang on. South? Oh no, we're supposed to go north here. I say we're supposed to as though I know where we're meant to be going. I do not. My intention is to go north here. Yet I continue to go south. Why? Why am I going south? But I kind of want to finish. Okay. Dead end. Maybe I can rest. Booba says all the Doom games are available. I'm less... you got all the Doom games available. I'm less likely to try it too. Yeah, I just don't know if it interests me. Hey, Pickles, how are you? Hello, I'm mostly lurking today as I have work, but I hope stream goes well and you don't die too much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Have a great lurk. Have a good work day. Hope it goes well. Good to see you. Good to see ya. Neff says my eyes are bleeding watching these graphics. They're fine. They're perfect. These are perfect. Thank you very much for that follow. Hope you're having a great day. Alright, we're gonna do another healing potion. I think I'm gonna save. And continue. We're definitely in... I definitely feel like I need to save every few feet. Just for my own safety, really. Do we want to be going this way? I don't know. Do we want to go into the training grounds where all the spiders are? It didn't seem like a good idea, yet that's the direction I'm heading again. I don't always make good decisions here. Okay, killed that. Killed that too. Let's go this way. What? Am I swimming? What just splashed? What is happening over here? It's a dead end. Look at the map again. Okay, so there's... Maybe I meant to go up into this area? I don't know. Hey, Ninja, welcome back. What'd you miss? Oh, I don't know. What did you miss? We found our way upstairs. Or I guess it's downstairs. We're still in Selene's web. We made it through the spider mating grounds. And we're still looking for... something. The heart of Selene. Bob, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the Fusroba. Welcome back. You're back for now. We'll stay, or will I go? I do not know. All right. Well, I hope you enjoy being here while you're able to be here. Can't be here for too long. I completely understand. Because you gotta make a living, right? Oh no! Golly, what was that? All right, hang on. I'm gonna do a healing potion. That was a hellhound. Golly, guys, what is up with me today? Golly. Gosh darn it. Dag nabbit. Okay. Is this room, there are no doors. Let's try swimming this way, maybe? This looks like there could be like a hallway or something. I don't know. Kersplash. Oh gee willikers. Exactly. Oh god, that's a spider. Come at me, spider. I'll get you. I'll squish you. I'll squish you. Couple spiders. This is a workout. Gee golly, Bobby? William G. Okay. I keep hearing the hissing of spiders. And yet I don't see them. They're probably sleeping. In the walls. Coming to get me. Uh-oh, I didn't click the right button. Camp until fully healed. There's enemies nearby? But where? I don't like that noise. Let's try this way. Alright, there's definitely enemies in here. It's a spider. Let's save. We are making some progress, I think. I don't know. I don't know if we are or not. We are somewhere. Or somewhere we weren't previously. Doesn't look like there's any escape from this room, though, which is probably not great. Okay, there is this. Alright. Let's try sleeping here. See if we get our health back. Got a little bit of health. It's a zombie! It's a businessman zombie! Alright. God. Zombie has nothing valuable. I guess I'm not surprised. Maybe it's like a healing potion. Bob says William G, or is it G? William G is one of those ambulance chasing lawyers from TV. Funny enough, he has a commercial with William Shatner. Does he really? That's interesting. I didn't know that. William Shatner. Did you guys see William Shatner's on? I don't know if it's still, if they've canceled the show yet. I'm sure they will eventually. But Stars on Mars. He plays Mission Control. It's a reality series where I don't know. C and D-list celebrities pretend that they're on a Mars colony and have to perform ridiculous tasks in order to keep the colony from, I don't know. Failing. You've seen that? Those darn spiders aren't kind enough to give their paralysis poison and bottle when they die. I know, that'd be nice if they would. Are we back where we were? Okay, we've definitely been in this room before. I wish I knew where we're meant to go. I think I'm gonna give it another 3 or 4 minutes of wandering, and then I might look at the map. Because we are sort of winging it. All we know is that somewhere is the heart of Selene. We must bring it to the Queen of Valenwood so that she'll tell us where the Elden Tree is, so that we can find the next piece of the Staff of Chaos. Stop. It's rude. Oh no, I keep turning the game speed down. What a useless ghoul. A useless ghoul. Alright, where are we? Okay, we're here now. I wonder if I can pass through. Let's try passing through a wall again, maybe? Every time I try it, we fail. But maybe I don't know how to do it right. So let's try... Mark a force wall. We use it and then... push this way? It just says success and nothing happens, so I don't know what that's meant to do. Alright. Map. Let's go into the tunnels here and get the heck out of this awful maze, because this can't be right. Probably should have... Could I sleep here in the water? Can't camp in the water. Well, I guess that's fair. I guess that makes sense. It wouldn't make much sense to camp in the water. Uh-oh. Nice little swim. Maybe there's no escape. Maybe this is just where I drown. Which is exactly what I like to do in games, as you guys know. My favorite thing! Oh, here we go. Here's an escape, perhaps. Alright, back in the hallway. Wonderful. Let's check out the danger training area. Is Ariel Winter in it, and of all people, Lance Armstrong? I don't know who Ariel Winter is. I know Lance Armstrong. Who's Ariel Winter? Should I know that person? Probably, I guess. I don't know who a lot of people are. Okay. Can I sleep here? No, I can't. Probably. I hear the whispering of many-legged creatures. Though if you were to watch it, it'd be from Marshawn Lynch. Marshawn Lynch is on it. I know that name. It's a football player, right? That's all I know. I'm sorry. I don't watch football. It's football, right? It's one of the kids from Modern Family. Oh, okay. I haven't seen Modern Family. I'm absolutely gonna save every few feet here. I guess I saved on Selene's Web 1 that time. Okay. It's a body. I can't loot it. Come on. Like a workout swinging this stupid mouse around. Pow. Says there's enemies nearby. I don't know about that. Ah! Oh my god, it's a person! It's a person wearing, I don't know, like a life jacket and a loincloth? What the heck was that outfit? Life jacket and a loincloth. That's what that was. Let's go find that person again and criticize their outfit. Come on! How many times do I have to hit you with this daggone axe? Holy smokes. Scared of drowning, but he still wants to be modest, respectable. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good attitude about it. Let's see what this guy is. 47 gold. Apparently has leather cuirass and stuff, but he didn't want to wear it. A broadsword, please. Please, let me have that so I can use my shield again, perhaps. It's a barbarian. That's how barbarians dress. Good to know. Gold potion. I'll leave the plate cuirass because I don't have the inventory. I'm gonna save. Actually, let me switch my gear around and then I'll save. I want to use the steel buckler of spell reflection and the broadsword. There we go. That's better. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's little dust here and the footprints. Hang on, I was reading that. Hang on. See if I can trigger that again. There's little dust here in the. Okay.
You are a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price.
I did just save, so it's fine. I was trying to read that. Something about not dust, lots of footprints, maybe, so maybe that's the right place to be. I feel like when we get instructions, when we get little tidbits of information, that's when we realize we're in the right place, we're heading the right way. So let me try saving again. Or not saving, let me try camping. Just spider. Use the potion of free action. Okay. Stop trying to kill me, everybody. Hey, Bunny Goddess, how are you? Good to see you. Happy New Year. Does it feel like Elder Scrolls, or is it more retro, its own thing? It doesn't feel at all like the Elder Scrolls to me. Not even a little bit. And my understanding is, and my experience thus far has told me that a lot of the lore has changed. Like, they just kind of, I don't know, like they retconned a lot of the stuff from this game and kind of started anew. I don't know if they started anew in Daggerfall or in Morrowind or what, but there's like gods referenced in this game that they don't have in other ones. You can't really talk to many NPCs. There's not much unique dialogue. There aren't like any side quests. There are Daedric artifacts you can find, perhaps, if you get a rumor of them, but for the most part, it's just kind of like dungeon crawling. Yeah. Also, new overlay well, thank you. This is my my 4:3 aspect ratio overlay, I guess. And I guess I'm doing this now for some, I don't know. Fascinating. This is good until, yeah, good. Enjoy. Hope you're having a good day. If you get the chance to play this, I'd still recommend it because it's fun, but I would recommend getting a map because it's just hard to find things in this place. I think I'm going south. Okay, I can't hit this door. Okay. I'm gonna use a potion. If I have any. Did I use all of my healing potions? Okay, no, I didn't. Thank goodness. So we were attacked last time we walked like 3 feet this way, so I'm gonna hug the walls a little. Okay, I see. Okay, that's what killed me before. It was a ghost. I can find it again. I don't know if I can find it again. Also, to attack in this game, you literally hold the right button on your mouse and swing your mouse around. You move your mouse wildly around on your... That's why my cursor's going all over the place. Okay, so it says there's little dust here. The footprints that exist are those of humanoids running toward this wall and jumping. Okay, so we're going this way, I think. Okay. Now what? Oh boy, this is... I feel like this is glitchy. I'm gonna save here. A lot of the names and places share the names of things in later games, so that's cool. If you're... I don't know if you know ESO, but we're in Selene's web right now, so that's kind of fun. We're trying to find the heart of Selene, which is a jewel. And then we will get some sort of a... Alright, that's... Oh, God! It's another barbarian. Jeez Louise. Sophie says, I have to head to bed. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you very much. Hope you get some good sleep. And I'm sure I'll catch you around tomorrow. Whether in somebody else's stream or in mine. I do stream tomorrow. Yeah, I stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Permadeath. Permadeath! Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? I don't know what day it is. I'm so messed up today. Let's see. Sophie's winning in the Mug Wars. Followed by Madish and Karma. Marco's doing well. So is Yak 3D. Nice, guys. Well done. Well done. I don't know where I meant to go. Let's try this door. We haven't been this way. Okay, spiders. Stop. You'll be there for permadeath? Awesome. I'm worried about the little bomb emote you got there, but I look forward to seeing you. Do a little save here. Okay. Spider. Okay, there's a door over here. Let's check it out. Back to the kind of greenish rooms for some reason. Room after room of spider. I killed that spider? Guess so. It worries me that spiders can open doors. I'm really not a fan of that, I gotta admit. Okay. What is that noise? Sounds like a snoring bulldog. So it's probably something awful. The sound effects in this game are so weird. Alright, where am I? Okay, so we explored... Uh-oh. We explored this area. I don't know if there's a gap here. Oh god. I don't know if there's a gap here and we missed it, or if it's just a part of the map that is not rendered. Bob said, LOL, ESPN accidentally aired a clip of a woman flashing one of her, well, you know. Yeah, I saw that in the news. I think on the Super Bowl, right? It happens. Live TV, I'm sure, is very hard to censor sometimes, right? Do I go this way, perhaps? I don't know where I'm... Okay, guys, I think we've passed enough time where I'm going to allow myself a look at the actual map to see where we're supposed to be going. So let's have a look. Let's have a look together. Okay. So we were supposed to go... I don't know, did we go into this room here? And then into the room... Okay, so we've made it to this place, so there's something here perhaps, but maybe first we have to go here? So let's go back toward the lava. Sugar bowl? But it was a I don't know what the sugar bowl is. I guess maybe I just glanced at the headline and read it as Super Bowl. It's a pre-recorded segment, and they didn't edit... Oh, God. Oh, well. I mean, it's a breast. I mean, who cares? It's not like you haven't seen them before. If you haven't, let me introduce you to the internet. Alright. How do I expand this? It's Alt-Shift. There we go. Okay. We're gonna go here if we can. So the goal is to go north, then west, north, and then kind of just circle this thing. North and west. I'm just gonna keep moving if I can. North, and we're gonna... Oh, danger training area. Okay, I'm gonna ignore that. Did I just die? Or am I paralyzed? I thought I was going somewhere else with that for a second. This is not that kind of a stream. Alright, hang on. You're in the wrong place for that, Bob. Let's do a free action. And, a health potion, pretty please. Alright, what is cat attacking? Of course it's a spider, because I was paralyzed. Another spider. Is this where the lava is? Well, I didn't think so, but this is the internet. That's true. That is true. Okay, let's check in here. The door before you has a diamond-studded lock. Alright, we gotta go back to the barbarian training ground, I guess, is what that was. And maybe now, because we triggered that, we can now go into the, into that center space where there was the, like the little pen. Oh my god. Seriously? Die. It's this way now, maybe? I don't know. I'm just kind of winging it. Trying trying to remember where things are. I feel like I kind of, in general, like in the real world, have a good sense of direction. In games like this, though, I don't know if I do. Although, to be fair, I feel like games like this, they intentionally try to get you lost. It's meant to be kind of labyrinthian. Especially, Labyrinthian, where we were earlier today. Alright, here's another barbarian. Oh no, my game crashed! There it goes. So we're on one crash for the day, guys. So, anybody voted 0 for the predictions is currently wrong. I don't happen to have a mod available who can pin this, do I? To the end of the stream. Let me just refresh. Seems like things don't end until end of the stream. Okay. I don't know if anybody else here who streams gets this. Like if you try to pin a message and it's like something went wrong, it's, you know, and then you have to refresh. It's very annoying. Okay, so we're like here-ish, although who knows where it'll put me once I load again. Kiddie pool in full wetsuit with a snorkel? What are we talking about? Oh, you need to do a hot tub stream in a kiddie pool with a full wetsuit. With that'd be funny, actually. That would be funny. It'd be expensive though, because I don't actually know I do have a wetsuit, but I don't have a full wetsuit. I have a half wetsuit, which is to say it's short sleeves and shorts. I use it when I kayak. All right, I could do that'd be funny. All right, let's see. Let me get the game going again. Desktop reveal for those who haven't been here already for this. All right, let's get through this. Doesn't need to be a real wetsuit. The crappier the better. I have a real wetsuit. It's just a half wetsuit instead of ones all the way down to like your wrists and ankles. Load save game. I think we're on Selene's Web 2. Let's see what this spits us out. There you go. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna. Okay, so I think we might actually need to go back up this way. I could be wrong. Let's see though, if we go back into here, was there a key on the ground that I just didn't see? Yes, there was. Okay, so let's just grab this. Great. Let's get out of here, if it lets me. I'm gonna go back the way we came. Assuming I can navigate this. We're just gonna try to keep moving and hopefully avoid spiders and whatnot. Or we're gonna walk into a room with only one entrance and get funneled into a place with lots of spiders. That's a possibility too. You never know. Never know. It's a mystery. Who knows what we'll encounter? Look, spiders! Imagine that. Let's go this way. Okay, we're out of here. Let's get to... I think it's around this, right? It's the far side of this where the door was. Aha! The heck noise is that? Is that skeleton? What is this noise? I'm just gonna swing the sword for a bit for my own... comfort, I guess? I don't know what word I'm looking for there. Hey, Soup, how are you today? Good to see you. Good to see you. The door behind you has a diamond-studded lock. Well, that's cool. I'm gonna save. Because I'm a coward. You open the door. Is this the gem? Wasn't expecting it to be a diamond. I guess I Golly! I keep forgetting when you click on the final thing in the dungeon. It's awful and loud. You have found the jewel, the so-called Heart of Selene, that will protect the people of Eldenroot. You have only to bring it to the ruler there. Okay, so let's go back to Eldenroot. Holy smokes, why did they do that? What were they thinking? Alright. Let's save. We gotta backtrack now. We gotta find our way to the first floor. Which is here. So we're just gonna go west, jump in the pit, and then just kind of follow the pit. Into the pit. Follow the pit. Following the pit. All the way this way. I think it's like this way. I don't know. This seems right, sorta. Where are we? Let's evaluate. Golly. Okay, so we went too far. So we're going back in the pit. Follow this until it hits, you know, the bend. Go to the right. Bonk. To the right. To the right. This way? Let me up, let me up, let me up. Oh, it is this way. Get me out of here. Okay, so we're on the first floor now. Whew. Doing good, back at work today, but you're fine, everything's fine. Well, I'm glad everything's fine. I can't tell if you're saying everything's fine like the meme with the fire. But if so, I hope things improve, and if everything is legitimately fine, then I'm happy for you. Thanks for being here, glad you can hang out while you're working. Look at the map again. Karma getting competitive, let's see. How are we doing in the mug war leaders? Sophie's in first, Madish is in second, Madish is ineligible. Madish, if you're listening, I'm sorry to remind you that you're ineligible. Please don't stop coming here though, because I need your moderation skills. And also, you know, your company is nice too, I guess. Madish is gonna like ban himself and leave and never return. I see how. Okay. Anyway, and then we have, let's see, Karma Jockey, followed by Marco, followed by Yak 3D. Yeah. Plenty of time. The month is still early. There's many streams. The mug wars are still, it's still anybody's game. Darn it, being on the phone disconnected me from chat. Yeah. You should probably just pull your computer up and put yourself in my channel and never leave. That's the only answer, right? You were tied for first? I think I remember that. Okay, so I gotta get to here, the green dot. That's where we're heading now. This is a nice hallway we can get to if we could just get to it. And I think I'm gonna go, so I go north and then west to make a U-turn and just kind of follow this. Okay, here we go. Exactly. Uh-oh, that's the sound of a wolf. I know that because it sounds exactly like a wolf sounds. In case you didn't know. I'm just gonna keep moving. I'm ignoring the sound, the wolf that's attacking me at this exact moment. I'm gonna spin around and kill it. 2 wolves. 3 wolves. Keep moving. Where are we? We're close. Okay, so go to the right and then U-turn. Hey! Rude. Rude. Here we go. Get me out of here. We did it! Great success. We gotta go back to the Eldenroot. I care more for the chaos than the win. Eldenroot. Alright. Let's do it, guys. It'll take us 2 days to get there. Let's ride. Yeah! Giddy up. You have arrived in the city-state of Eldenroot in Valenwood Province. The date is Midas, 2nd of Morningstar in the year 391 of the Third Era. It took 2 days to reach your goal. You enter Eldenroot, Wood Elven City near the center of Valenwood. The elves here seem friendly, and you are hailed in welcome. You overhear that the city-state's commerce is going well. Bob says, some men just want to watch the world burn. Yeah, I've heard that. Alright. Come on. Let's go, Juniper. Uh-oh, it's nighttime. We know what nighttime means, right? It's evil about. Evil afoot. We gotta find the palace again. Although, I think the best choice might be to go to the nearest inn and just have a snooze till morning. Did we not mark the palace on our map like dummies? I don't remember where the palace is. The palace is usually along the border. I don't see the palace anywhere though. You guys see a gap in the border? Maybe it's this? I don't know. Alright, anyway, let's go to the Laughing Eagle. Which we get to by going basically south. Alright, we're almost there. And once we get there, we'll put our sword away. We'll get a mug of mead or something. But in reality, I think we'll just go take a nap. The Laughing Eagle seems to be the last bastion of warmth and light against the Arctic darkness outside. The Arctic darkness, guys. Yeah, it is dark. Alright. It is 12:55 at night. Let's sleep until morning. And then we'll sleep. For a while. Let's see. What did we say? It was midnight? So let's sleep for 9 hours. This 9-hour nap sounds great, doesn't it? We'll have to find... We'll have to find the palace. We'll also need to sell some stuff between, Oh boy, it's a lovely foggy day outside, isn't it? Save over that file. The older you get, the more you relate to that. That's fair. Okay. Alright. I don't remember where the palace is. Do you know where the palace is? Stay still. Hey, you! You there. Who are you? Greetings, I am Rilisandra Oakvale, an interpreter. I have been recently hired to do translations for various temples. Cool beans. Where is the palace? I would check to the northeast. Okay. Great. I'm just kind of running into the wall because... Oh, let me mark this on my map. The dancing sword. Nice. Bye. These creepy statues. Not a fan. There we go. Here it is. You walk into the Queen's audience chamber, noticing the many fine trappings and warm furs that decorate the area. You feel your frozen limbs begin to thaw in the warm heat of the brightly lit interior. You welcome the brief respite from the cold. Ahead of you awaits Ulandra, Queen of Eldenroot. Ulandra! I brought you a shiny diamond! Are we friends now? I and my people owe a debt we cannot begin to pay, Juniper. You have given us a new hope, and for that we are eternally grateful. Come and stand before me. Queen Ulandra gently unrolls an ancient scroll, then takes a light feather pen and inscribes the location of the Elden Grove, somewhere in the Valenwood province, onto your map. Thanks! See ya! Let's jump onto this fountain here. Splash. Do people care that we're doing this? What is this? Okay. We've become the fountain. I think I might actually be stuck. Okay, never mind. Let's get out of here. This is silly. Bye! I wonder how far away this is. Let's have a look at our map. See where we're heading next. Oops. I gotta right-click. Right-click on the map to see the world map. Okay, so we're looking for... This must be it here. The Elden Grove. How long will it take to get there? 14 days? Okay, well it's 4 p.m., so that's fine. I need to go back to the Mages Guild. Where we're at. We can get some more potions. We can sell some stuff. Where is the nearest store, please? Oh, hang on. The nearest one, please. Where is the nearest store? Southwest of here? Okay. You guys see an equipment store? Let me know. It has like a hanging sign out front. Is that it there? I don't know if that's a lamppost. It's a hanging sign. It's like a mace on it, perhaps. Where's the nearest equipment store, please? Still southwest? Okay, thanks. Well, that's the Mages Guild, isn't it? Right? Do I have enough potions? I did use quite a few. Let's top off our potions while we're here. You enter the dim Mages Guild, warmed by a spell that dries the snow from your face and hair almost immediately. Books, charms, scrolls, and other relics older than human memory are kept in pristine condition here by the same mystic energy. Where are you at? Hello? Hi. I would like to buy potions, pretty please. We've been using these, so let's buy a few more. Buy 25 of those. And we'll counter. Let's see if we can pay, I don't know, 23.50 for them? Great. Bob, you gotta go? Boost robot. Have a ba. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate you. Thanks for the bits. Boost robot. Alright, potion. We're gonna get some, I think we're gonna get a few more free action potions, because those are super useful in case we get paralyzed again. Let's get, I don't know, 10 more of those. And we'll counter with, I don't know, 13.50. Okay, that's fine with me. 14.25, fine. 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 Thanks. Bye. Let's see. I gotta go sell some stuff. I am glad we were able to swing by the Mages Guild, though, and get some potions. So I think that'll be helpful on our next adventure. We went the wrong way. We gotta go southwest. Do a quick save here. Eldenroot. Excuse you. We can ask a person if we see them where the nearest equipment store is. I'm a little turned around. Is this water? No, it's just like snow or something. So the equipment stores, like I said, they have a hanging sign out front. We're just like wandering through a maze, someone's hedge maze. A nice home or something, and we're going the wrong way. They said southwest of where we were. You just kind of had to ask random people. Just gotta keep asking people if we can find literally anybody. What time of day is it? Oh, there's somebody. Hey, you! You! Where's the nearest equipment store, please? I'm desperate. West of here? Thanks. There's an inn. I'm gonna mark it on my map. Okay, it's the Laughing Eagle again. Do I just have it? Do I have a store on my map already? How funny would that be? The Dancing Sword is another inn. Okay, I don't know. We're just looking for anything. Of course, it's a lovely foggy day when I'm trying to see something in the distance. What is this place? Conclave of Charity? Lovely. Hey, 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 stay still. Where's the inn? Not the inn. The, store. Oh, thank you. She just marked it on my map. Thank you very much, stranger. We're going to Legolas's quality merchandise. Guys, that's kind of funny. Let's go visit Legolas. How funny is that? You enter Legolas's quality merchandise, stamping your feet to warm them and shaking the frozen snow from your shoulders. Many items of interest hang on the walls and are displayed in the display case in front of you. Well, there's Legolas. What up, Legolas? How you doing? I'm gonna see if I can repair. Actually, you know what I should do before I start talking to him? I should look at my equipment and see what needs to be repaired, because of course they don't make it very obvious. The boots are almost new. I'm not taking a lot of damage, which is nice. Gotta sell the Albany helm again. This is 1 to 12 damage. Okay, and this is 3 to 17 damage. So this is better. We should repair it if we can. Great. Let's do that. Legolas got into powerlifting after War of the Ring. Yeah, clearly. Hey. Please repair this weapon for me. Fixing that elven longsword is no problem. It'll take 10 days and cost 11 gold. Does that sound fair? No. I can't wait that long. I can wait 0 days. Oh, okay, hang on. Let me try again. I can wait 1 day. 1 day. Can't wait that long. 1 day. Fine, I can get it to you 1 day, but it'll cost you 112 gold. Is that fine? Yeah, whatever. Just fix the daggone thing. Alright. Now let's sell. We're gonna sell the ebony helm. I can click on it. I accept. Thank you. Who's curious? Pauldron's gauntlets, helmet. Fine. Broadsword we don't want. Yes, I don't care that I have equipped. Fine. Thank you. Sell. Battle axe. What else do I have that I can get rid of? I guess the bracers I'm not using. Nice. I don't feel like haggling at all. It's kind of tedious. You can haggle and save a little bit of money, but it just seems like it's not worth it. Because once you just get... I mean, it seems like a lot of this stuff is just worth it. I don't want to sell whatever's equipped. Potions, potions. Sure. Okay. Well, this is fine. Okay, so then I guess we have to go rent a room and sleep again. And we'll just get out of here. Alright, see you in a day. We'll come back in a day. Oh. Are we in, like, this isn't where we're meant to be. I guess it's not trespassing, though. So we'll come back in a day and get our equipment. Nope, that's not really where I wanted to save, but that's fine. If I crash, remember that I saved it over Selene's web, too. Alright, let's look at the map. We can go back to the Laughing Eagle, I guess. We'll just pass some time. Back to the Laughing Eagle, which I think is along here, perhaps? Who are you? Good day. I am Lego Man. Guys, we found Lego Man! Oaksy. Do not think I have anything that would interest you. Oh, okay. Alright. See ya, Lego Man. Where are we? Okay. So we'll go east and then south. We'll try not to fall into the water right here. The room might actually still be ours, because we might have rented it after midnight. You close the door on the snow and rub your hands together, warming them. Ahead of you, the innkeeper of the Laughing Eagle hails you welcome, holding a steaming mug of mulled wine. Lovely. There we go. I have 14 remaining hours. Okay, fine. I'll have to rent the room again, I guess. I was hoping I'd be able to save some gold. Alright, so it's now 1:17. Let's, find the bartender and rent the room again so we can sleep further. Okay. Legolas, Lego Man, who's next? Lego Lad? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I love the names in this. They're all so ridiculous. Let's sleep for 10 hours. 11 hours. That should be enough to get us our sword back. Sorry, Cider is dreaming and making noises in her sleep. the map here. We're gonna go back to Legolas. So south, west, second left. The hero we need and deserve. Lego Man. Lego Man. Lego Man. Yeah. You let a spray of snow and wind into Legolas's quality merchandise as you enter. Still, with the exception of the puddle by the door, the chamber is neat and tidy. The walls and display cases are fully stocked with all varieties of weaponry and supplies. Hi. Where's my do I just have it back? How do I get my weapon back? Maybe I'll use the repair interaction, see what it says, repair. Which job do you want to, status. Status of the Elven Longsword. It's ready? Okay, cool. Can I have it? Did I get my bow fixed too? No, I didn't think about it. I think I sold it. It's fine, I don't care. It's more fun to flail about with a weapon. Look at that. New. Alright. Let's go to our next place. The Elden Tree, guys. I drink some water here. If you guys aren't drinking water, please make sure you do. It's like important or something. I don't know. Okay. Map. That's not right. Gotta right click on the map, hang on. Allenwood. Elden Grove, here we go. It's, it'll take 14 days to get there. Let's do it. Let's ride our little pony dog thing that way. And go all fisty McPunchface on some fools. Yeah, exactly. Oh, here we go, guys. It looks like the Shire. Look at that. Elden Grove. The small, overgrown entrance to the Elden Grove stands before you, guarding secrets forgotten for ages. Somewhere within its misty corridors lies the third piece of the Staff of Chaos. Excellent. Here we are. I think that's the exit. Let me save. We'll save here. We'll call it... What was the name of this place? Elden Grove? Is that right? That's right. That's what I'm typing, though. Let's see if I was right. I was. Nice. Alright. So again, I don't know where we're heading, but we are gonna wander. Oh. You enter Elden Grove, chilled by the mists. Mists is hard to say. Mists that lend perpetual gloom to this melancholy place. You can hear things shuffling through the overgrowth, and distant growling and moaning that does not sound human at all. Okay. Wonderful. That's what I want. That's what I want. I'm sorry. No. The heck was that? Use my steel buckler or whatever. I don't like this place. Alright, we got wolves again. Karma Jockey. Oh, I already read that. Fisty McPunchface, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Stop that. Rude, rude, rude. Somebody said that. Oh, a well. Is this important? I feel like the well is important for some reason. Can I do anything with it? No, I guess not. Well, I tried. Go this way. I'm just gonna like wildly flail about and hope to hit things that are trying to kill me, and then things will be fine, right? And certainly will. Okay, that's a statue, and that's a vine doing something. I don't think that's natural, but what do I know? It's like a snake vine, which is exactly what we want. I don't like that the snake vines like render faster than the other things around it. God, what is that awful sound? Okay, I found a path. Some cobblestone. Maybe we'll follow the cobblestone? Hey! This seems right. Anything in here? To loot? No? Okay. Ah, wonderful. That's a noise I like to hear. Okay. Save. We're making some progress. I think. I don't know for sure. Elden Grove. I'm sort of going back to my approach of just always turning left and seeing where it takes me. Back to, we got plenty of wiggling vines, creepy statue dudes, a bush, or a shrub, perhaps? Whatever you want to call it. More wolves. Plenty of wolves in this place. The heck? What are the wolves feeding on, you think? Travelers? Adventurers like me? Fools? Fools who found their way here. It's their last mistake. I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job of oh, hello. That's a big tree. Of killing the wolves, at least. I struggle with spiders. Wolves seem to be fine. I don't know what other enemies we should expect to see here. This is fine. Soup says fools who picked a bad time to get lost. Apparently, yeah. That's exactly it. God, what is that noise?
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price. Even now, my servants go to fetch your mortal house.
What got
You
me?
will serve me well through my years as Emperor. Once I have made you undead, perhaps I will even let you retain some of your memories, so that the price of your failure has meaning.
I don't know what got me there. Where am I? It's fine. Wolves! I couldn't even tell you where I died, because I'm not even really looking at my map. I'm just, like, speed running through this place. Just aimlessly speed running. Like maybe over here, perhaps? So here we got the army of wolves. Save here. Some progress. I feel like it was kind of this way, right? Like we got around the corner, I got close to a tree, and then we heard some wonderful noises. Somewhere around here is where I started bragging about being so good. Gotta be another wolf somewhere. It's ready to step on me. Am I being chased by something? No, okay. Okay, we got the larger trees now. Where's the larger trees? Let's look at the map. Here we have larger trees. Maybe I'll even put that on the map. Why not? Large. I'll use my large tree. Maybe it's helpful. Maybe I need landmarks. I'm not really sure. Do a little save, because I just made some effort. I want to have to make effort again. Alright, let's go this way. This way? Just kind of keep going left some more. Alright, something's chasing me. Okay, I'm being attacked by something. It's by whatever that was. What on earth was that? Anybody get a look at that thing? I don't know what that was. It looked kind of like one of those shadowy things, but it was like one of the ghosts, but it would look like it was white, and the ghosts before had been kind of like a black shadow sort of shape. It seemed like it was more like whitish in color. I'm imagining things though. Maybe it's just like it didn't render because it's misty. I was already over here. It's fine. Huh. Okay. So I think eventually we should find... It's just a piece... It's a staff is what we're looking for, right? A piece of the Staff of Chaos. Maybe this time I'll remember that it's gonna make a ridiculously loud noise when I pick it up. But I probably won't. I'll probably forget and be scared again by it. God, what is that noise? I hate it. Are we back in the same place again? No, we're somewhere else. Okay. I don't like the noises I'm hearing. Where was that thing that killed me before? Surely I should have encountered it by now. I feel like maybe I'm just going in a circle. Maybe I should change to making right-hand turns. Have I created a circumference of the map by now? I don't know. Okay, there's a wolf. Wolves. There's a crackling thing. Okay, see, there's a ghost that's white, right? You guys see that? It's different. Save. Elden Grove. Let's look at the map again. I don't know if I'm even okay. So we have been doing quite a lot of walking. Nope, stop that. Not the middle area of the map, though, which makes sense for making left-hand turns. I'm surprised, though, that we haven't made it over here. I probably missed a turn. That's fine. I'm gonna keep going, see where it leads us. I love the really stealthy way that I'm clomping about in this place. Clonk, 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 clonk. It's like I'm wearing combat boots, which I guess, to be fair, I am. But it doesn't really feel like I'm walking in a place where I'd make noises like that, right? Because it seems like this place is, like, grass covered, like it's a grassy area. Maybe not, though. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, what is this? What is this? Please die. Please die. I have to insist that you die. I'd like to search you so I can learn what you are, but I can't search you. Because I guess you're nothing, or just a ghost. Just a normal ghost, perhaps. Heal true. Alright. Alright. I really wish I knew where the heck I'm meant to go in here. This might be another case of look up the map, but I really wish I didn't have to. Let's try going this way. All right, let's look at the map, and we'll kind of go just kind of eastish in general and see if that little change of pace, a little something different, a little bit less hugging the walls. Go west. I go east here. All right. Ah, it's a wolf. See like a. I saw like a red, like an eyeball over there, like a ghost or something, but I guess not. Let's try this way. I don't know. Alright, enemies nearby. There's a troll? Holy smokes, no thank you. Where's the troll? Oh my god. Ah! Alright, we got 5 points. I want to put points into strength because I'm always unencumbered here. I know it's lame. That's what I'm doing though, and I don't care. Sick of being encumbered. I'm gonna save. Because we just fought a troll and all that. I'm gonna camp a little bit. Oh, I think the troll regenerates. Maybe I shouldn't sleep right there. Should probably use a healing potion. Oh, there's a thing there. Hang on. Healing potion. Let's go kill that thing. Where is it? There you are. Like a tornado guy. Ah! Wolf. I don't know where I'm meant to be. Maybe try going southeast a little, I guess? I don't know. Just kind of filling out the map at this point, seeing what we can come across. Okay. Oh, that's a statue. Okay, we got more wolves. I wish I could zoom out of the map a little bit. Go southwest, I don't know. Not much over there. On my map thus far. Have we been here yet? What's this place? Rude! Alright, let's have a little snooze here if we can. Of course we can't. Where are we though? Let's try to get over here a little bit. This whole blank area. I don't know. I don't know if that's right. I'm just kind of following instincts. What is that noise? Why? Why are there more noises that we haven't heard before? Why are they all scary and awful? Okay. Got lots of little ghost dudes. Did I kill something? Is that guy dead? I can't even tell.
You were a fool!
I can't even tell. I'm gonna take another quick break real quickly, and I will be back. I'm gonna get some ads out of the way, but I'm only streaming for a little bit longer, so I'll do a shorter break and get them moving. So I'll see you guys very shortly. Thank you very much. Stick around, and I'll see you soon. I'm back. Hopefully that wasn't too long. Thank you guys for sticking around. I appreciate it. Okay, cool. Got the pre-roll out of the way so people don't have to sit through ads as they join. And let's see if we can figure out where the heck we're actually meant to go. I think I might pull up a map again. Which is what I've kind of been doing a little bit on and off if I've been trying to find stuff. Let's see. It's called Elden Grove. Let's see where we're supposed to go here. Alright. And then I got one more. This is another 2-level dungeon. Why? What's the point of that? Why are we doing that? Okay, that's LL Bean's website. Must have clicked on an ad by mistake. Oh no. Everywhere I click is LL Bean's website. How do I get out of this? Oh no. Well, let's just start on the first level and we'll decide what to do from there. So this is suggesting that we make our way to this far right-hand corner of the map, which is where we get to the second level. I love this really nice drawing. It's like I did it. This is how it would look if I did it, guys. I don't know who made this map, but they clearly, I don't know. It doesn't even look like they use like straight lines and, I mean, maybe they used MS Paint. I have no idea. It's really fancy, right? Super fancy. Okay. I don't know where the heck I am. Maybe in here? And I wonder if I had just continued going left, if I would have found it eventually. Left, left. Yeah, I think I might have. Oh well. Load saved game, please. Elden Grove. Where am I? So we gotta get to here. Almost as fancy as your drawings in Gartic. You know? Anything's better than my drawings in Gartic, so you're perfectly fine. Good to see you, by the way. Hope you're having a great day. We're just gonna keep going southeast. I said southwest. Southeast, guys. Southeast. I know how a compass works. I am gonna take a healing potion. Might need to Google how to use the, Ah! Jeez, seriously? Could you not? How to use the pass wall mark thing, and also how to use the shield that I have, because it says there's uses, but I don't know if I have to continue, like, what do I do after I select it? I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? The internet knows. Perhaps. I don't know. Okay, let's try this. Nope, that's not a way to go. Trying to go southeast. Oh, what is that noise? I don't know what that noise was. Ah! Maybe it was this thing. Whatever this thing is. Do another healing potion. I think I just need to spam the healing potions a little bit more, because I bought a heck of a lot of them, so I'm not, like, hurting for healing potions. Part of me feels like I shouldn't. Now where am I? Here? Okay, so we're getting there. Go south. See, how are we doing now? Okay, this is not the right way. I think we have to go... I think this is totally blocked, so I think we have to go further north in order to go south. So maybe we'll work our way back toward that large tree. Let's turn around and hug the wall until we see the break to go east. That's what we'll do. But not, was it this break? That seemed like it came about way too soon. Okay. Now where are we? Okay, so we're getting closer, so we'll turn around, go north, and then around the bend, then south. I'm sorry, excuse you. Could you not? Oh no! Please die! What do I have to do to kill you? What are you? I hate whatever that is. Not a fan of that at all. Where are we? Okay, so this is wrong. Or maybe it's right, so I'll just... okay. This is fine. Continue to hug the wall. Hug the wall, hug the wall. It's a funny expression, hug the wall. This is how I hurt my shoulder. This is how I injure my shoulder and can't ever stream again. Violently whipping this mouse around trying to kill enemies. This could be it. Okay. Great. Save. Made some progress. Let's save over this and we'll call it Elden Grove 2. The second floor. Great. Let's see if we can find that daggone Staff of Chaos, guys. Okay, this is weird. Just save. Or sleep. Hang on. No, we got rats! Rats. Okay, we're healed. Let's try again. Okay, we just fell into a pit. I can't see. Fantastic. Okay. Let me look at a map. That's a shoulder injury I would never admit to. I'd make a better excuse. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's try north. Okay. It's really dark in here. I mean, I know you guys can tell that, but the thing is... look at the little candle. What do they have? Draugr here. Restless Draugr lighting all the candles and stuff. Oh, I was gonna say. Yeah, so it's dark, but it's darker than normal. Usually the render is a little bit better. Like, I think it's meant to be dark in here. And I think if you were playing as a mage or something, you can cast a light spell. I, however, am not. I'm playing as a ranger. This little rounded little area. Okay, here's the door. Oh boy, we got a zombie. Business zombie. Business zombie. To save again soon, perhaps. What's this? Right. Right, I'm healed. Save the game. Nope, that's not what I meant to save as. Elden Grove 2. Draugr are more dignified in this game? I don't... It's a zombie. There's zombies. I don't think we've seen Draugr. Although it serves the same purpose, right? Sort of half-dead thing, undead thing coming at you. We could be doing the exact same thing I was doing on the other level, which is just wandering aimlessly and hoping to find something. And eventually I will probably end up looking at a map again. I did try to pull up the map for this room. Nobody kept redirecting me to an LL Bean ad. Which is fine. I don't mind an LL Bean ad, it just seemed like it really wasn't the time. You know? Wasn't the time, LL Bean? The middle of something. Okay. I don't know if this is the room we were just in. Yeah, of course it was. Alright, let's look at the map. Okay, we're gonna go west. East, west. Let's go this way. See where this takes us. Okay. Maybe we can hear... sometimes we hear, like, drums or music of some sort, and it kind of hints to us that we're going the right way. Oh, here's some water. That's different. We might need another, key of some sort. Is this a boat? A boat? What? Did that say hit J? I'm sorry, where am I supposed to go? I don't know what I'm doing. Am I in a boat? Hang on, let's try this again. Hit J to exit the boat. Okay. This is different. Show the ad to the zombies to distract them? Maybe. I wish I knew where we were meant to go, but it's kind of fun. Look at us go. Not now, zombie. I'm a Rowan. I'm a Rowan. I don't know where I'm going. This is like Willy Wonka in the tunnel where awful things are happening and you can hear things and you hate it. Let's look at the map. How funny. There's a rowboat. I don't know where we're going. Can I save? Okay, I guess I got killed. I was a sitting duck. Load. Alright. I think we went west? I don't know. This game is more advanced than Skyrim. Can't use the boats in Skyrim. Yeah, that's exactly it. And those skeevers. The skeevers open doors in this game. I don't think the skeevers in Skyrim can open doors. They lost their opposable thumbs somewhere along the way. What's in here? So dark. Alright, so let's get the boat again. Because I feel like the boat it has to be the right way, right? This has to be correct. Let's save. Save, we're in the boat. Where do we go in the boat? No idea. We're just gonna keep going. Bob says, I'm back from breaking into a house. Bob, welcome back. Welcome back. I've got a boat. I'm on a boat. Okay, something's attacking us. I don't know why. I think we're just gonna kind of stay under all of this for some reason. I hate that noise. Something's attacking us. I don't know if we've gone anywhere. Oh, that's what I wanted to see. Okay. Maybe I should figure out where the heck we're meant to go. Alright, so this was the first level. This is the second level. If I click View Image. There we go. Okay, so we are supposed to get in the boat. Take the boat basically to this island. Alright, there we go. That's the goal. You've broken into a boat before? Have you really? Like a houseboat, I guess? Let's see where we are on the map. Our objective then is to go west, and then I'm just gonna put like a little marker here. X. Okay, I'm just typing DJ for some reason. Hi! Great. Let's go. We're going west. I'm gonna go this way, and then we're gonna go north. Alright. Save again. Let's look at our map again. We're getting there, I assume. We might have passed high. We passed the high, but that's okay, because high was wrong. Ignore high, everybody. I think we have to go, like, here-ish. Here? We can do this, guys. Get out of the boat! Get out of the boat! We're being attacked. Okay.
You were a...
Am I still in the boat? It doesn't look like I'm in the boat. That's fine. Maybe what I should use is the Helm of Levitation. Although if I do that, I don't know if I'll... this is ridiculous. Where am I? Okay, okay. Oh no, it hit me.
You were a fool!
Bob Lion must have been the Skeleton Key or be part of the Thieves Guild. Yeah. More like the Skeleton Key. Oh boy. We got this, guys. I'm feeling very good about this. I think we made a heck of a lot of progress on this game today. I'm really excited about it. There's only, I think there's like maybe 4-ish quests left? I don't know. Yak3D says, zombies in arena, probably. Yeah, that sounds right. Sounds right to me. I don't know why I lost my boat when I saved. I guess you can't save while you're in the boat, and I sort of regret saving. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. Let me out of the water. I just want to get out of the water, man. Alright, we're gonna take a potion here. You know, like a potion of invisibility.
You were a fool to confront me, and now have paid the ultimate price.
Okay, well,
Now my servants go to...
I guess you don't want to be invisible in this game. I have no idea. Invisibility is bad. Got it. Okay. How ridiculous. Ridiculous, man. Okay, so that's... I'm in the boat. What happened to the boat? The boat sunk when I saved. Let's go this way. Maybe to here, I think, perhaps? Okay. Go north. Swim, 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 swim! Okay, or just get stuck. That's fine, too. Clearly, the enemies see me, because they're just hurling fireballs at me. Can I okay, so we're just basically swimming around the island we need to get to, I guess. Can I get onto the island, though? I don't know. Maybe I could use the Helm of Levitation here. Whoa, it's very colorful. Hey, there's my boat! Well, there's a boat. Can I click on the boat, please? Well, I guess it doesn't matter because I'm just gonna... okay. Potion of healing. Is this good? Is this a good situation that we're in? I don't know. Okay, so we discovered this is too far north. We gotta go south. Save the game again. I'm like hesitant to save over things because when I'm in weird situations like this, you know? Alright, so we're like here-ish, and it looks like the only way we can get there is if we do, in fact, go around. I don't know if this location here is the only way to get onto land, but let's start working our way that way, I guess. We'll go around to the southeast and just kind of hug the wall. Hug the wall. Hey. Of course, I can't do anything right now because I'm levitating. I don't think there's a potion of cancel levitation. Trying to click on the boat to see if it'll let me just use the boat, but it won't. How's everyone doing? I take the potion of invisibility again, maybe? Maybe if I take a second potion, it cancels the first one? I have no idea. Am I invisible? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Take a healing potion here. I feel like I can just keep taking potions. It's fine. I think this might be the place. Let's look at a map. Okay, so there's a wall here, a door here, but I think I still have to go further south. South. Okay, here we go. Come on, let me up. I don't want to die. Ah! Yes, alright. Solve who I am by the riddle of this sign, and all good and evil within shall be thine. My second is performed by my first, and it is thought a thief by the marks of my whole might be caught. What? Alright, hang on. My second is performed by my first, and it's thought a thief by the marks of my whole might be caught. And a thief by the marks my whole might be caught? My second is performed by my first. I don't know. Let me put my music back on while I'm thinking about this. Where's my thing? Playlist. Get some music going, because I feel like I'm gonna be sitting here for a minute, and I want you guys to be sitting here listening to nothing. Alright, let's have a little look at this again, and let's see if I can reason through this for a minute. Oh, well. I accidentally clicked. It's fine. You're not whatever that is. It's fine. I don't care. Let me in. Alright. Solve who I am by the riddle of this sign. Good and evil within shall be thine. My second is performed by my first. First performs my second. Well, I think second would be a clock, right? A thief by the marks of my whole might be caught. What? Thief by the marks of my whole might be caught. Whole, W-H-O-L-E. Marks of my whole. Whole being, whole self, whole, I don't know. Imagine, so I have a mod that makes the text easier to read. You guys should see how bad the text is normally. I can't imagine trying to do this game where there's puzzles that you need to solve in order to, like, riddles you have to solve in order to get through, and you can't even read what the riddle is saying. So, this is better at least, but it's still like, man. Alright, second is performed by my first. I mean, performed, I think, music of some sort, right? Thief by the marks. My whole might be caught. Things you catch that are not literally caught could be, you know, like an illness. of some sort. Maybe it is literally caught, though. I don't know. Caught. Second is performed by my first. Are there any other meanings of the word first that I can't think of? I can't think of anything other than... What do marks of a hole be? Marks of my hole. I'm gonna go with... I'm gonna guess clock, because it's the only thing I can think of. Not that, okay. Second word is performed by my first word of some sort, perhaps? Second is performed... Maybe it's a two-part thing, and the first part... Okay. If by the marks of my hole might be caught. So I'm thinking of marks of my hole would be something that's like dividing up something into equal parts of some sort, which is why I was thinking like, you know, a second hand moving around a clock face or something. What else has... So I think sort of the problem is that once I sort of fix it, like I think I have like an idea and I fixate on it, I have a hard time like shifting and saying, okay, it's not that. Let me think of something entirely different, you know? Let's see, what else is caught? Fish. Fish are caught. Thief by the marks of... Riddle of the sign, all good and evil. Okay, so the first part is irrelevant. Things that perform. I mean, musicians, actors... It's definitely somebody doing something or something doing a task. Thief by the... Maybe the second is the thief? Hang on, the second is a thief. The marks of the hole that might be caught. So maybe it is still something with a time and a clock, but maybe it's... I don't even know if they would have a clock in the Elder Scrolls. What is something that's considered to be a thief? It's considered a thief because of marks. Oh, wait, hang on. Second is performed by my first. It's... Is it saying, is this part of it here that and it is thought a thief that might be caught? Is that referring to the second again? I don't know. My second is performed by my first and a thief by the marks of the hole. My hole might be caught. I don't know. Happy with this riddle. Nothing like really... I'll never get it? Oh no. Give me another minute or two. I might ask for some help. Makes no sense to you? Oh no. I'm kind of on the right track? Oh boy, okay. You know, maybe you're dumb. I don't think you're dumb, Bob. Marks of my whole god. Well, Hourglass was the last one. I feel like they're not going to do repeated time references over and over and over again. So what's something other than time? You know, that could be sort of this concept that perhaps this could be. My second or my first. How about a shadow? Nope. Okay. Sorry, here I am chewing on my nails. I need to stop doing that. I don't suppose you guys could come up with kind of a hint, like a not too you know, transparent of a hint, but oh no. I could do 20 questions. I could ask you questions. A fire catches. Leaf by my marks in my hole might be caught. Second is performed by my... What else catches? Or something catches on fire, rather. Marks of flame of some sort. Second is performed by my first. What kind of marks would a thief leave that gets him caught? I mean, like fingerprints, perhaps. My prints performed by my finger. I mean, maybe fingerprints. It's. No. DNA. Footprints, I guess. My prints are performed by my first. Marks by the thief. By my let's try footprint. I don't know if it's meant to be singular or plural, so we could try again. Prints plural. No, try fingerprint. Singular. Oh boy. Maybe it's just prints. No? Okay. So I think we've tried fingerprint, fingerprints, prints, footprint, footprints. Singular and plural to kind of cover all the bases there, but I don't know. What other marks might... I mean, they would leave scratches in a door. They would leave... I mean... Bob's laughing, yeah. Bob the locksmith. It's how you know when somebody drinks too much, by the way, or maybe they drive drunk or something, and they have their key, and you see their lock, and they've got so many scratches all over their door, like around the keyhole, because they're trying to put the key in the door, and it's scratched the heck up. You're like, man. Is it close? Scratches in the door is close? Oh, man. Very hot with footprints? Okay. Oh, no, not the door? Okay. Hot with footprints, okay. Second is performed by my first. A thief by the marks. I think I'm thinking too literally when it comes to like what things a thief might leave. You know, like I don't know. It's the first part that makes no sense to you. The second is performed by my first. But a thief by the marks of your hole might be caught. You're following that and it makes sense? I don't know. Ninja, you get it? Cool. Cool, alright. Is it a compound word? Like footprint? Where it's two words that together... Marks is misleading. Think about more about catching the thief in the act. Okay. Catching a thief in the act. I mean, like an alarm or a siren or someone shouting or... You would say my third is performed by my first, but what do you... Oh, boy. Third. Noises? Sound of some sort? Like if you hear the footsteps. Steps are performed by feet. Try footsteps, I don't know. Oh my god, I'm being attacked. Hang on, hang on. Well, that was right, but... Something attacked me in here. Where is it? Where was the thing that attacked me? Did it give up? There it is. Nope, I'm dead. You would say that your third is performed by... my first? Your foot's... I mean, steps are performed by feet, so the second part of the word steps is performed by the first part of the word foot. That's how I interpret that. Oh no! Oh no! We didn't save! Okay, hang on. At least we know the answer is footsteps. A thief by the marks of the... my hole. Might be caught. Yeah, the marks, the footsteps create footprints. The thief would be caught by the footprints. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Ninja Quay gets it. Nice job, Ninja. Ah! Alright. Come on, stop bouncing. Let me swim. I guess I'll wait. Hang on. Take another potion here while I'm waiting. Let me go! I gotta swim! I got somewhere to be. This will wear off in a second. This is so annoying. What I'll do is I'll save when I get back to the island, so in case I die again, it's not the end of the world. I might save again once I splash into the water here, so there we go. So I don't have to do that again. Well, that does make sense. I was counting steps left, right, left. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I gotcha. I see where your head's at. And that makes sense to me. I'm with ya. So we gotta get south. You hate riddles? I really like riddles, which is why I'm not just like looking up the answer. Like I really do kind of like, I like to solve them if I can. We here? Oh, let me up, let me up. Okay, we'll save here. Footsteps. Okay, now we kill the thing. can. I don't know where it is. Take the crystal. Did we just like shut the door on that ghost or whatever and it was like, eh, whatever. You do you. Alright, everybody cover your ears. Everybody cover your ears. If you're listening and you're lurking, this is your warning to cover your ears. Alright. The third piece of the Staff of Chaos melds onto the other two with a low hum. Thank you, Bob. The throbbing of the ebony rod is faster now, as though hungry to be reunited with his brother. I can't say that with a straight face. I'm so sorry, guys. Alright. As though hungry to be reunited with his brethren. Alright, great. Save. Oh boy. Okay. I think that's where we're gonna call it today. It's after 5. And we got a really great stopping point there. You were hoping the timing of that would have been simultaneous, the Foos robot. That would have been really funny. Okay. Did I save? I did save, right? Great. So guys, let's raid out. That was a lot of fun. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. I know I did. Yeah, thanks, Rocco. Karma, I don't want to know what that face is. It's probably for the same thing I was laughing at. I'm so sorry. I'm a very immature child here. Alright. Let's see. Let's see who's streaming what. Is anybody else streaming Arena? I kind of doubt it. Let's have a little check, just in case. Yeah, raid out to the ebony rod, the throbbing ebony rod at that. Yeah, I know. Hope it didn't get too obvious a hint. No, it was great. It was a great hint. Thank you very much for that. I think that was helpful. Yeah. Raid the fridge. You're funny. Alright. Soup, thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Let's see. Win, thanks so much for being here. Thanks again for the resub. I really appreciate you doing that. Let's raid... Let's go say hi to Shoonster. We haven't raided into her stream in a long time. She doesn't usually stream at the same time as me. She's playing Red Dead Redemption 2. She's very nice. She's trying to get all of the achievements on her second playthrough of the game. So let's go hype her up, show her some love. And I will be back tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time for Permadeath Skyrim. You guys hyped for that? I'm hyped for that. I'm excited to die a whole heck of a lot of times because that's what's going to happen. Let's see here. Just make sure I didn't miss any chat messages there before I get the raid going. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, of course. Thanks for the stream. Kept me moving on a rough day. No problem, Karma. I'm sorry you had a rough day. I hope you, I don't know, you're streaming later? I don't know. Maybe I'll catch you doing that. Let's see if I can take on this one. Here, I'll do it. This is where we're going. If we get lost, here's where we're heading. All right. Guys, thank you so much for being here. I cannot say enough how much I appreciate your support. It means so much to me. It's been just about 6 months now of me streaming, and I have been loving it. I've been learning a lot. I've been meeting a lot of really cool people. And I feel like there's no way I'd be doing this without a great community like you guys. You guys make this a lot of fun for me. So thank you so much for hanging out with me today while I play Arena. I'll be back tomorrow for Skyrim Permadeath. Thank you for the lurks, for the chats, for the bits, for the subs, for the follows. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. I will see you over on Shoonster stream. Let me get the raid going here. 6 months, you seem so professional. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Ninja. I appreciate you. Yeah, no, I've been streaming since early July. Like the beginning of July, I think. So I don't know if that's 6 months. That's about right. All right, here we go. How do my buttons work? Here I am trying to be professional and forgetting how my buttons work. Raid messages. There we go. We did it. I make a great DJ. Oh, well, thank you. Have a great rest of the day. Hey guys, also have a great rest of the day. I will see you over in Shoonster stream, and until tomorrow, guys, happy adventuring.